Chapter 35. I'll be your hostage, I'll be your hostage. What's so great about bullying a little girl? Lin Yi said faintly as he stood up. Meng Yao stared at the man who'd pinned her down in disbelief. He'd actually stood up for her at a time like this. Wasn't he afraid of death? It was true that Meng Yao understood that Lin Yi had taken a lot of her father's money, but money was nothing compared to life. No one didn't care about their own lives, and Meng Yao wasn't stupid enough to think that Lin Yi was standing up just because he'd taken someone's money. Meng Yao felt that Lin Yi wasn't as despicable as before. At the very least, he was a man with an indomitable spirit. Meng Yao was certain that Pin Liang wouldn't stand up at a time like this. Perhaps he was even more afraid than she was, hiding his head even lower than she was. Why was she comparing Lin Yi to Pin Liang? Meng Yao shook the unrealistic thoughts. Now wasn't the time to think about things like that. Fuck. Baldy wasn't expecting someone to cause trouble for him. After all, it was impossible for anyone to hide from a hostage, and yet this guy was still charging in. Was he an idiot? Who the fuck are you? Did I call you? Baldy frowned as he glared at Lin Yi. Stay where you are if you don't want to die. Don't you need a hostage? Who's different? Lin Yi shrugged. Don't worry, I'll cooperate with you. Motherfucker. Baldy was enraged. He thought to himself, why does this kid have to ruin my plans? He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger as he raised his gun and fired at Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's current level of training, Baldy wouldn't be able to hurt him even if he shot him at such a close range. Ever since he started practicing the art of dragon mastery, Lin Yi's reflexes had become abnormally sharp. He only needed to tilt his body slightly to dodge the bullet. But the moment Lin Yi turned, Lin Yi's heart jumped. There was a girl behind him, and Baldy's bullet was coming at him from above. If he dodged, the bullet would hit the girl behind him, and even if the girl didn't die, she'd be heavily injured. Lin Yi clenched his teeth and turned his body around again, facing the bullet. The bullet pierced into Lin Yi's thigh. It wasn't as painful as it should have been, but Lin Yi still frowned. Fortunately, Lin Yi's positioning wasn't bad, and the bullet hit the flesh instead of the leg bone. Ah! The crowd screamed involuntarily, and Meng Yao and Yushu covered their mouths at the same time. Lin Yi took a bullet. Meng Yao and Yushu, on the other hand, saw it all clearly. Lin Yi could have easily dodged the shot, but he didn't want to hurt the girl behind him, so he took the shot. At the thought, Meng Yao's gaze on the girl behind Lin Yi grew angrier. Fuck, there's someone who's not afraid of death. Baldy was very surprised. Was this kid crazy? Boss, there are more and more cops outside. One of the robbers ran over and whispered to Baldy. Fuck. Baldy cursed and pointed his gun at Lin Yi's head. Since you're willing to be a hostage, then you'll do it together. Ma Lu, look after this kid. All right. Ma Lu took out his gun and pointed it at Lin Yi's head. Kid, who told you to act like you're a hero at a time like this? It's not that easy to be a hero. Lin Yi didn't say anything, and he was thinking about whether he should do it here or wait for a while. But here, the robbers were too scattered, and it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. There were too many people here, and it'd be even harder to make a move if there was a big mess. Girl, stand up. Baldy didn't want to let go of Meng Yao. He aimed his gun at Meng Yao again. She didn't know why, but Meng Yao wasn't as scared as before. She stopped Yushu, who was about to stand up with her, with a look, and stood up resolutely. Yushu wanted to stand up with Meng Yao, but Meng Yao's eyes told her not to go, and go back and think of a way to save them. Naturally, Yushu wouldn't let her emotions get the better of her. Let's go. Baldy pointed the gun at Meng Yao's head and said. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Why did Baldy have his eyes on Meng Yao? Could it be because of Meng Yao's beauty? Lin Yi could only think of that, because he couldn't think of anything else that would make Baldy interested in Meng Yao. Logically speaking, one hostage was enough. When negotiating with the police, it wasn't about how many hostages you had, but whether or not you had a hostage. Even if you had a hostage, the police wouldn't act rashly. Police outside, listen up. Baldy's underling, who had gone to talk to the police, stood at the bank's entrance and continued shouting, "Everyone, retreat 100 meters away, and don't send anyone to follow us after we get in the car, or we'll kill the hostages." Outside the bank, Ling Shan frowned when she heard the robber's words. Naturally, she didn't want to retreat 100 meters, but when she remembered that there were hostages in the bank, she sighed and said to her underlings, "Retreat." Actually, Ling Shan didn't want to surround the bank in public, because it would only put pressure on the robbers and make them do crazy things. If they surrounded the bank and followed them secretly, the robbers might not choose hostages. But Ling Shan's suggestion was called heroism by the police, and it made her very depressed. Baldy was very satisfied with the police's actions, and he pointed his gun at Ming Yao's head, while Ma Lu pointed his gun at Lin Yi's head, and they walked out of the bank together. Yao Yao. Faubert, who was standing beside Ling Shan, suddenly saw Meng Yao in the robber's hands, and his heart skipped a beat. "Mr. Li, you know the hostage." Ling Shan had a bad feeling about this. "That's Mr. Chu's daughter, Meng Yao." Faubert was very nervous. Mr. Chu was on a business trip, and if something were to happen to the miss at this time, he'd be in deep trouble. What? Ling Shan froze, and her heart was even more panicked. Why did the robbers choose Ping Zhan's daughter as a hostage? The more you feared, the more it happened. Ling Shan could only use the walkie-talkie to report the current situation to the director. "Director, one of the hostages is Ping Zhan's daughter, Meng Yao." Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Infuriating car plate, but the snipers here are ready, 90% sure that they'll be able to kill the robbers. Ling Shan argued. "You said it yourself, 90%. What about 10%? What if they hurt Miss Chu? You and I won't be able to walk away unscathed." The director scolded. "I told you, don't do anything rash. Fulfill the robbers' conditions first, and then we'll decide what to do." "Got it." Ling Shan was quite troubled. She'd wanted to let her men take the risk and use the snipers to kill the robbers, but she didn't dare give risky orders like that. The director wasn't on her side anymore. What else could she do? Baldy was very proud of the police's indifference. He quickly took his men to the black modern business car on the side of the road, then started the car and drove away. The robbers had 2 hostages, and so Ling Shan didn't dare make any rash moves. She could only watch as the robbers got into a black MPV and drove off. "Miss." Faubert was panicking as he watched the car leave. He'd called Mr. Chu earlier, but he couldn't get through. Now that the robbers had Meng Yao as a hostage, Faubert was starting to panic. "Mr. Li, the police will take care of this, don't worry," Ling Shan said to Faubert before taking out her walkie-talkie. "Attention all squads, attention all squads. The robber's car plate is a 74,110 MPV, and it's already left the bank. If you see it, be prepared to follow it. 74110. After giving the order, Ling Shan mumbled the car number. This robber really didn't care about her at all, getting a 74,110 plate number. With that thought, Ling Shan took out her walkie-talkie and keyed in a number. "Traffic police. I'm Ling Shan from the criminal police, help me look up a car plate, Songa 74110. HM. What? A Buick. Isn't it a MPV? Is that right? Alright, it's fine then. That damned fake license plate, it actually had such an arrogant license plate number. This was obviously putting on a show for him. This was a blatant provocation." Ling Shan was about to explode from anger, but she really did get the license plate number. Baldy ordered his men to tie up Meng Yao and Lin Yi's hands as soon as he got in the car. He looked at Lin Yi proudly. I say, you idiot, what does this have to do with you? Why are you joining in the fun? The person we're looking for is the true first miss, yet you insist on acting like a hero. Don't blame us for capturing you as well. After listening to Baldy's words, Lin Yi's heart suddenly moved. This guy actually knew Meng Yao. This was something the two didn't foresee. They thought that the hostages were chosen randomly, and that Baldy was obsessed with Meng Yao because he thought she was pretty and wanted to take advantage of her. They didn't think that these people had a premeditated plan. They were here for Meng Yao. You know me. Meng Yao was shocked as well. She didn't expect these thugs to know her. At the same time, she couldn't help but ask subconsciously. I know you, how could I not know you? You're the daughter of the chairman of Pingzhan Industries. Baldy enjoyed the feeling of being on top of others. Why would I capture you if I didn't know you? You. Why did you capture me? Meng Yao felt that something was wrong. These people seemed to have a premeditated plan, and they were here for her. Capture you? Ha, what do you think? Baldy opened his big mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Tell me, what do you have that's worth capturing? Meng Yao was startled. This man couldn't be a pervert, could he? After capturing her, he wanted to molest her. At the thought, Meng Yao felt that it was highly possible. She was so pretty, so sexy, with big eyes, fair skin, and firm breasts. Any man would fall for her, no. Meng Yao wanted to cry. She didn't want to live anymore if she was violated by this ugly monster. If she had a choice, she'd rather give herself to Lin Yi than this guy. Why did it have to be Lin Yi? The only person Meng Yao could think of was Lin Yi. Pin Liang was an annoying bastard that Meng Yao hated to the extreme. Other than Faubert, there was only Lin Yi left, wasn't there? She really was a failure. Her social circle was too narrow. She didn't even know other men. Why was she so unlucky? Meng Yao sighed as she tried her best to think of a way to deal with this. Baldy saw Meng Yao's face turn red and white, and he guessed that she was thinking dirty. He said disdainfully, "Fuck. I've got plenty of pretty girls, I don't care about little girls like you. Someone's paying to capture you, of course." Meng Yao let out a sigh of relief when she heard Baldy's words. It was good that he didn't have that kind of thoughts about her. "Boss, I like her even if you don't like her. Why don't you let me play with her for a bit?" Ma Lu's face turned lecherous. He wanted to make a move on Meng Yao. "Ma Lu, you'd better fucking calm down. You can't touch this girl, the higher-up said that she needs to be whole," Baldy said as he glared at Ma Lu. "Oh, that's too bad." Ma Lu seemed to be afraid of Baldy. He sat back down obediently after the scolding, not daring to make any more moves. "She's so pretty, I wouldn't have lived my life in vain if I could have a go with her. Don't talk about useless things like that. I'll give you the money after this is over. You can go find any girl you want and play with her however you want," Baldy said impatiently with a wave of his hand. He wasn't happy with Ma Lu's impatience. Meng Yao let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness these people weren't perverts, or her innocence would have been ruined. But the worst part was that Baldy had tied her little hand with that bastard Lin Yi's big hand, letting him take advantage of her. But when she thought of Lin Yi's hand, Meng Yao couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. Thinking back to the scene where he pressed her down with his hand, Meng Yao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. What was wrong with her? Could it be that her impression of him had changed just because she was touched? No, it's not that easy. But, if it were someone else, would they have stood up for her at that moment? What was Lin Yi thinking? Meng Yao couldn't figure out what Lin Yi was thinking. "Fuck, you dumb girl, you're still smiling like an idiot at a time like this." Baldy was pissed as he saw Meng Yao's face blushing and giggling. This was a humiliation to him. He was the kidnapper, and this girl was smiling in front of him. Wasn't she looking down on him? Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Who Killed Who? All you know how to do is curse women. What kind of ability is that? Lin Yi curled his lips as he looked at Baldy. I say, Baldy, your real goal isn't to rob a bank, is it? Robbing a bank was just a cover, wasn't it? Your real goal was Meng Yao. So what if you saw through me? You're still my prisoner, aren't you? There was no need for Baldy to deny it at this point. As far as he was concerned, this pretentious guy was a fish under his chopping block. He could do whatever he wanted, and he wasn't afraid of Baldy knowing his true intentions. So what if he told him? You won't be able to run far. The police will follow you and kill you. Lin Yi said sympathetically to Baldy. That's impossible, I've thought of a backup plan. Baldy said proudly. The police should be running around in circles right now. There's more than one car like this. Is that so? Lin Yi was a little impressed with Baldy's intellect. He wasn't an idiot, but it didn't matter. The stupidest thing he'd ever done was let Lin Yi get in the car, and that meant that his mission was doomed to fail. At the same time, Ling Shan held the walkie-talkie nervously, trying to keep in touch with the other teams. Captain Song, I'm Lu Wongli from Team 1. We've spotted a modern van with the license plate E74110, awaiting instructions. Lu Wongli's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Follow them, but be careful. Don't let them see you. Ling Shan ordered. Yes. Lu Wongli ordered the driver to start the car. Ling Shan let out a breath of relief. No matter how smart you guys are, you didn't expect me to have people following you at every intersection, did you? Let's see where you can run now. Ling Shan was still feeling smug when another report came from the walkie-talkie. Captain Song, I'm the captain of Team 2, Zhang Xiaohang. We've spotted a modern van with the license plate E74110, awaiting instructions. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohang from Team 2. What? Ling Shan blinked. Where did you see it? Central Ring Road, awaiting instructions. Zhang Xiaohang said. Central Road. That's not right, didn't we see Lu Wongli from 1st Squadron on Weimin Road? Ling Shan said, confused. How did the kidnappers know how to drive? Did he turn around and go back? Ling Shan instructed, follow them, don't let them notice you. Yes. Zhang Xiaohang executed Ling Shan's order. Captain Song. I'm Sun Jiaxia from 3rd Platoon. We've spotted the Song A74110 Hyundai van. Please give us instructions. Sun Jiaxia's voice came from the walkie-talkie again. You guys saw it too. Ling Shan felt a headache coming on, her sharp senses told her that she'd been tricked. They'd sent out more than 174,110 car this time, and this was exactly what they wanted. Ling Shan was pissed to death. She'd been tricked by these kidnappers. Ling Shan wasn't happy at all. If only Captain Yang was here, he'd be able to see through the kidnappers' ploy. She'd fallen for it just like that. How embarrassing. Ling Shan didn't wait for him to finish before asking, did you guys find the Song's Honey 74110 Hyundai minivan? Yeah, Captain Song, you're amazing. We saw the Song A74110 Hyundai van, what do we do now? The captain asked. Follow them. Ling Shan felt like she was about to collapse. She could basically confirm that the kidnappers had used the first and second 74110 Hyundai van to escape after being followed by their own people. They must be far away by now, why kidnap her? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, he really wanted to know why they'd kidnap Meng Yao. If it was just money, then the bank robbery this time had more than 1 million kuai. Were they planning to extort money from Pingzhan? One had to know that this was a very dangerous thing. There was a high chance that they'd be caught by the police instead. Why? Good question. Baldy curled his lips and pointed at the bags of money on the floor. It's simple, I did it for money. For money. Lin Yi frowned. Kidnap. To blackmail Mingyao's father. And make him pay the ransom. You don't need to know that, Baldy said, annoyed that Lin Yi was asking too many questions. It's fine if you tell me, at least you should know when you die, right? Lin Yi looked very curious, so innocent that it was hard to reject him. Baldy looked at Lin Yi, thinking that there was no harm in telling this kid, he'd kill him sooner or later. So he said, someone gave us money to kidnap this girl. What do you do after the kidnapping? Lin Yi asked. Not yet, we're waiting for the call, Baldy said. Then who asked you to kidnap her? Lin Yi continued asking. I don't know, Tsihua Bro introduced us, Baldy said. Who's Tsihua Bro? Lin Yi asked again. Fuck. Why do you have so many questions? Motherfucker, if you keep asking, I'll kill you. Baldy was getting impatient from Lin Yi's questions. Oh, okay, then don't move, or I'll kill you. A gun suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand, and he pointed it at Baldy's temple. You. Baldy's eyes widened. Who could tell him what was going on? Wasn't this kid's hands tied? Why did he have a gun? In the car, the other kidnappers were shocked as well, not understanding what was going on. Lin Yi pointed a gun at their boss's head. You. How did you untie the rope? Baldy didn't understand. Indeed, he didn't understand. Weren't Lin Yi's hands tied together? Oh, I was stupid when I was a kid. When I played with flower rope, I often tied my hands together in a dead knot. After a while I could untie it myself, Lin Yi said. Wow! Baldy's mouth opened wide in shock. Was that even possible? Flower rope could be so powerful. However, Baldy was still surprised. Then why do you have a gun? I got it from that Malu. Lin Yi said as he pointed at Malu, who was closest to him. Malu subconsciously touched his trouser pocket and was shocked. His gun was indeed gone. It seemed like it was really in Lin Yi's hands. This time, Baldy was completely speechless. He gave up. What was he playing at? This kid was too powerful, wasn't he? In his heart, he was cursing Malu's ancestors. Chapter 38. Should I take off my pants? Lin Yi poked Baldy's head with the gun. Tell them not to move, or I'll kill the hostages. You. Don't do anything stupid. Baldy wanted to cry. Wasn't that what he and his men said to the police at the bank? Just like that, retribution had fallen on him. What was karma in one's lifetime? Just like now. Yeah, not bad. Lin Yi nodded, satisfied. Can you tell me now? Who's Tsihua Bro? My boss. I don't know anything else, but he asked me to do this. Bro, please don't shoot. Baldy was a coward, too. He'd been acting all high and mighty before, but even he was scared when his life was in danger. He'd accepted this mission for the money, so that he could have a good time, but it wasn't worth it if he had to put his life on the line. Lin Yi frowned. He could tell that Baldy was just a small fry, and didn't know what was going on. All right, stop the car. Lin Yi ordered. Stop the car. For what? Baldy blinked. Of course we're getting off the car. You're not planning on kidnapping her now, are you? Lin Yi glared. No. I mean, you're not sending us to the police. Baldy wasn't expecting Lin Yi to let them go. What does that have to do with me? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. I'm not a cop. Do they give me a salary? Baldy was overjoyed when he heard what Lin Yi said. He'd thought that Lin Yi was going to send them to the police, but now that they'd escaped death, it was only natural that he'd be overjoyed. They hadn't completed the mission, but they'd gotten a huge sum of money from the bank, enough for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the bald man excitedly ordered the driver to stop the car. Lin Yi pulled out a gun from Baldy's body and tossed it to Meng Yao. Take this and aim at their car wheels. Oh. Meng Yao didn't know why Lin Yi said that, but she still took the gun and held it tightly in her hands. Lin Yi let Meng Yao out of the car first, and then he did the same. You guys can choose to shoot me or Meng Yao, but you have to kill me. If you don't kill me, I'll aim at your gas tank. Do you understand? Bald. Lin Yi said as he patted Baldy's bald head. No. No way. Baldy shivered for no reason. This brat, Lin Yi, was really strange. Baldy didn't want to complicate matters any further. When Lin Yi got out of the car, he paid special attention to the Jade's reaction, but there was no sign of it. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Baldy and his men had made a smart choice. If Lin Yi's Jade had reacted in the slightest, Lin Yi would have grabbed Baldy and forced him to get out of the car with him. Lin Yi and Meng Yao got out of the car, and the car sped away like a wisp of smoke. It was just as Lin Yi had predicted, the Baldy didn't do anything untoward. What are you looking at me for? Call Faubert and ask him to come get us. Lin Yi said, amused and angry at the same time as he looked at Meng Yao, who was staring at him blankly. Oh. Meng Yao couldn't believe it. Just like that. But looking at the van driving away, it did seem like it was the case. But what was Lin Yi doing? Using a commanding tone to talk to her. Hey, why didn't you confiscate all their guns and send them to the police station? Meng Yao was still holding a grudge against Lin Yi's last sentence. What did he mean by he wasn't a cop and the police station didn't pay him? Couldn't he do something good? That car was full of cowards, threatening their boss with a gun. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, but once their guns were confiscated, they'd know that they were done for. They'd make a last stand. Lin Yi said. But you had their boss as a hostage. Meng Yao didn't understand. You're done for, why would you care about your boss? Please, don't be so naive, okay? Lin Yi said helplessly, it was pure luck that we were able to get out of danger this time. Hey, who the hell did you piss off? These people were obviously coming for you. Humph. Stop being so cocky. Meng Yao wasn't happy with Lin Yi's attitude. You're my follower, okay? Is this how you talk to your master? Lin Yi was speechless. This woman was really unreasonable. Yushu sat in Faubert's car, wiping away her tears. Who knew what would happen to Meng Yao and Lin Yi after they were captured? If they were lucky, they'd be released, but if they weren't. Yushu didn't dare to think about it. Faubert, on the other hand, had a worried expression on his face. He couldn't reach Pengzhan at this critical moment, and it made him very anxious. Suddenly, the phone rang. Faubert was startled and picked up the phone. He looked at the caller ID, and a mixed expression appeared on his face. It was Meng Yao's number, but it might not be her calling herself. It could also be the robbers using Meng Yao's phone to call him. Either way, there was news. Hello. Hello. Faubert picked up the phone carefully. Faubert, come get me. Meng Yao felt that Faubert's voice was so friendly for the first time. Ling Shan and the police came with Faubert. Yao Yao. Yushu was the first to rush out of the car, hugging Meng Yao tightly. You scared me. I thought I'd never see you again. Stupid girl, you're always talking nonsense. Meng Yao had recovered from the shock, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Yushu's words. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Faubert asked quickly after seeing the blood on Lin Yi. I got shot in the thigh. It's nothing serious, right? Lin Yi stood up with a limp. It really did hurt a little, after all, it was a bit of an aftershock. Faubert really admired Lin Yi now. He got shot, and he said he was fine. What a real man, a real man. He wondered if Lin Yi would be speechless if he knew what Faubert was thinking. He remembered that there was a female celebrity who was jokingly called a real man. Mr. Lin, right? Please come with us to the police station to record your statement. Ling Shan walked over and said formally to Lin Yi. Chapter 39. You got in through the back door, didn't you? Ha! Ling Shan blinked, her face reddening as she trembled with anger. This guy was acting like a gangster in front of her. How could she do that? She'd have slapped Lin Yi right there and then, if she hadn't done that for Faubert's sake. Captain Song, what Mr. Lin means is that his leg got hit by a bullet. He can show you if you don't believe me, Faubert quickly explained for Lin Yi, knowing that she'd misunderstood. Ling Shan only noticed the bloodstains on Lin Yi's pants then, feeling a little embarrassed. Is that so? You should go to the hospital first. She hated Lin Yi a lot, though. She might be a cop, but she was still a girl. What kind of person would do something like that? A qualified cop needs to have sharp observation skills. There's a lot of blood on my pants, and you didn't even see it. I really don't understand how you became a captain, did you? Did you get in through the back door? Lin Yi said faintly, noticing the disgust in Ling Shan's eyes. Ling Shan's biggest weakness was her lack of detective experience. This had always been a thorn in her side, but those who knew her well knew that her family was powerful, but she didn't become a vice captain through the back door. She used to be a combat instructor in the Special Forces, with the rank of major. She transferred to the local criminal police force as a vice captain, so there was nothing wrong with her rank. She was one of the best in the criminal police force, too. Other than the captain, Yang Huijuan, no one else was a match for her. But Lin Yi's words had hit her where it hurt. She was good at combat, but that didn't mean she was good in other areas. She just transferred, and what she lacked the most was the observation skills she had when it came to solving cases. The people in the team respected her because of her skills, not because of her ability to solve cases. As a result, Ling Shan had been learning, following Huijuan around quietly every time he went out. She understood where she was lacking. It was just that Huijuan, who'd left his profession 2 years earlier than her, had a wealth of detective experience. Ling Shan admired him, but also felt a little jealous. But Yang Huijuan was on a business trip today, and Ling Shan had no choice but to go alone. She ended up getting mocked by that bastard Lin Yi, pissing her off. But what Lin Yi said was the truth, and she couldn't refute it. All she could do was grit her teeth, unable to do anything. In fact, it was just a bullet that hit his body. Lin Yi could deal with it himself. In the war-torn North Africa, who would go to the hospital when they were shot? He was afraid that he would be killed by the enemy before he could reach the hospital. But with a woman like Ling Shan following him, Lin Yi didn't want to show off too much. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Ling Shan would really go against him, going to the hospital with him to record his statement. But it was up to her, Lin Yi didn't have anything to hide from her. Ling Shan didn't dare put on airs when it came to Meng Yao, the princess of Pingzhan. She didn't force her to go to the police station either. She recorded her statement in Faubert's car. Shu, how's your brother? Ling Shan and Yushu had known each other for a long time, and Ling Shan felt quite guilty towards Yushu's brother. Humph. It's none of your business. Yushu smiled coldly and turned her head away, not giving Ling Shan any face at all. Ling Shan smiled bitterly and turned to Meng Yao. Miss Chu, let's take a statement then. Yushu couldn't help but gasp as Meng Yao recounted what had happened. Wow. Lin Yi's that good. It can't be, right? Yao Yao, I told you, letting him be your shield is the right thing to do. I guarantee that he'll help you deal with any man who tries to harass you. Who wants him? Meng Yao thought back to how arrogant Lin Yi was, and she was pissed. Ling Shan was curious as well. It seemed that this Lin Yi wasn't only good at talking. Ling Shan wasn't happy with Lin Yi's claim that she'd gotten in through the back door, but she wasn't an irrational person. From Meng Yao's description, Lin Yi was a man of strategy and bravery. Even after taking a bullet, he'd still been able to hold his ground against the assailant. His spirit was commendable. Ling Shan, on the other hand, looked down on Lin Yi's words. I'm not a cop, do they give me a salary? Couldn't he be a good citizen? But after hearing Lin Yi's explanation from Meng Yao, Ling Shan realized that what Lin Yi did wasn't wrong. If they really pissed off the robbers, neither of them would be able to escape. But as for why the robbers were specifically targeting Meng Yao, she didn't understand. These people went around in circles just to kidnap Meng Yao. But it could also be a cover-up, not arousing House Chu's suspicions. There could also be other motives, but she didn't know for sure now. She could only wait for Baldy and his gang to be captured before making a decision. Miss, I think Mr. Lin is very qualified. Mr. Chu's eyes aren't wrong. With him with you, I can finally relax. Faubert said with lingering fear, but now he truly understood Mr. Chu's intentions. This Lin Yi really wasn't simple. Meng Yao's lips moved, wanting to refute Faubert's words, but for some reason, the scene in the bank where Lin Yi stood up for her kept replaying in her mind. Because of Ling Shan's presence, the hospital didn't ask too many questions about Lin Yi's gunshot wound. The hospital didn't need to take any responsibility for treating a gunshot wound under the name of the police. Lin Yi was pushed into the surgery room, and the main surgeon said to the nurse, "Prepare the anesthetic, I'm going to take out the bullet." No need. Lin Yi wasn't interested in anesthetics and other Western medicine. He didn't like using them. Once or twice wasn't a big deal, but if he used it too much, it would bring side effects to his body. The main surgeon paused. The people who brought him here didn't look like poor people, did they? It was impossible that they couldn't afford anesthetics, right? If he didn't use anesthetics, it would be very painful. The nerves at the base of the thigh were very dense, and although it was a simple surgery, the pain was much more painful than most major surgeries. Chapter 40. A plan comes to mind, it's fine, Lin Yi said with a relaxed smile. I don't like anesthetics. There'll be side effects. The surgeon was taken aback for a moment, but he nodded. Since Lin Yi insisted, he had no choice but to do as he was told. The surgery wasn't life-threatening, so he wasn't going to force the issue. Young man, you'll have to endure it. The surgeon ordered the nurses to get ready for the surgery. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of pain, but that didn't mean he didn't feel pain. Still, Lin Yi could endure this level of pain. Back then, when he fell from the top of the West Star Mountain, it was much more painful than this. It was the pain of his internal organs being strung together. Young man, how did you get hurt? The surgeon, Sun Weimin, was an experienced surgeon. His medical skills were excellent, but he also had a good eye for people. While Lin Yi had a gunshot wound, he didn't look like the kind of suspect the police would send to them. That was why Sun Weimin took the initiative to talk to him, distract Lin Yi and lessen his pain. In the bank. Got hit by a robber. Lin Yi understood what Sun Weimin was trying to say. Lin Yi's attention wasn't that easy to distract, of course. Lin Yi had been trained since he was young to never let his guard down under any circumstances, and never let his focus get distracted. Oh, I see. When Sun Weimin heard it, it was just as he had guessed. This young man was not a criminal suspect but a victim, so he said frankly, the situation at the time was very tense, right? It's all right. Lin Yi said with a smile. I could have dodged the bullet, but there was a girl behind me. She'd be in trouble if I dodged the bullet, so I had no choice but to take it head on. Wasn't that a little stupid? Lin Yi had seen similar news reports back in the mountains. People who did good deeds were called idiots, and people who were cold and selfish were called smart. Lin Yi was mocking himself as he spoke. Ah. When Sun Weiman heard that Lin Yi was actually injured like this, he immediately admired this young man in his heart. Young man, you are very great. This wasn't a fool, this was a hero saving a damsel in distress. Did that girl fall in love with you at first sight? After that, I was taken hostage by the robbers. Who knows what she was thinking? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. At that time, she probably didn't think that I was taking the bullet for her. After all, the criminal was shooting at me. That's already very good. Young man, you know how to sacrifice yourself for others. Sun Weiman admired Lin Yi very much. What's your name? Lin Yi, it's on the medical record, Lin Yi said with a smile. Hee, I'm sorry. I'm in contact with too many patients every day. I rarely pay attention to these things, Sun Weiman said with embarrassment. The surgery went smoothly. Lin Yi didn't yell or move his legs either, so Weiman was able to finish the surgery in a short amount of time. Lin Yi's reaction surprised him. He didn't use any anesthetics, but Lin Yi was able to keep up with the surgery. This young man's willpower wasn't simple at all. After the surgery, Ling Shan came to the room to record Lin Yi's statement. She ran into Sun Weiben, the main surgeon. Sun Weiben, naturally, praised Lin Yi. Officer Song, this young man is really rare. Sacrificing himself for others, he should be a role model for society. You guys should give him an Outstanding Citizen Award for his bravery. What do you mean? Ling Shan admired Lin Yi's calmness in the face of the criminal, but that didn't count as sacrificing himself for others, did it? Meng Yao didn't go into too much detail about Lin Yi taking the bullet in the bank. She only said that Lin Yi was shot by the robber, so Ling Shan didn't know the details of the whole thing. Oh. You still don't know? Lin Yi could have dodged the gunman's shot, but he saw that there was a girl behind him. If he dodged the shot, the girl behind him would be in trouble, and so he took the shot. Sun Weiman praised. It's the first time I've seen a young man with such a sense of justice and compassion. Ling Shan frowned. Was this for real? Why did it sound like a story? Plus, a bullet wasn't something that Lin Yi could dodge just because he wanted to. Sun Weiman was a special ops instructor, and even he couldn't guarantee that he could dodge a bullet. Was this Lin Yi better than him? Ling Shan couldn't believe it. Dr. Sun, who did you hear this from? Lin Yi told me himself. Sun Weiman said. He said it himself. Ling Shan paused. How could she believe her own words? Was he messing with her? She said that she could kill an elephant with one punch, who'd believe her? Sun Weiman saw that Ling Shan was doubtful as well. He smiled. This guy didn't even use anesthetics when he took the bullet out, and he didn't even complain about the pain. I believe what he's saying based on his mental fortitude alone. Sun Weiman had a lot of other things to do, so he couldn't keep chatting with Ling Shan. He left after a few words, and Ling Shan pushed the door open and walked into Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi wanted to leave immediately, but that would be too shocking. After all, he was injured in the leg, not the arm. So, he pretended to lie down on the bed. Lin Yi, can you take the statement now? She didn't know why, but seeing Lin Yi lying down on the bed with his legs crossed made Ling Shan feel like he was asking for a beating. Yes. Lin Yi laid on the bed and looked up at Ling Shan, noticing that the girl's chest was extraordinarily big. It was comparable to the AV girl he'd seen this morning, and upon closer inspection, Ling Shan's entire body was quite pretty. The temptation of the uniform, Perhaps sensing that there was something wrong with Lin Yi's eyes, Ling Shan subconsciously followed Lin Yi's gaze to her own body, and her face blushed. Due to long periods of high-intensity training, Ling Shan's chest had developed exceptionally well. It was even a little cumbersome. If she didn't wear a bra, she'd be shaking when she walked, and it was very inconvenient. She even wanted to have a liposuction surgery, but thinking about how embarrassing it would be, she decided against it. It was fine when she was in the special forces. Under the iron discipline, no one would pay attention to her chest, and so she didn't pay much attention to it. But after joining the workforce, she often had to wear plain clothes to carry out missions, and she often went to places with crooks and honest people. It made her feel uncomfortable, and there were always men looking at her with perverted eyes. She really wanted to kick them to death. But what she didn't expect was that she was wearing a uniform, and this Lin Yi still dared to stare at her like that. This was unforgivable. Ling Shan humphed coldly and sat on the chair beside Lin Yi's bed, thinking about how to give this guy a small punishment. Chapter 41. The legendary, Ling Shan smiled mischievously. Lin Yi, where are you hurt? Left leg, at the base of the thigh. Lin Yi answered honestly, thinking that this was the content of the statement. Oh, let me see if it's here. Ling Shan pursed her lips as she moved her hand towards Lin Yi's left thigh. It looked like she was inspecting, but she was actually using a lot of strength. Ling Shan's face was flushed red with excitement, as if she could see Lin Yi crying and howling at the top of his lungs. That's what you get for making fun of me. That's what you get for looking at me like a pervert. I'll let you have a taste of my power today. Hiss. Lin Yi took in a cold breath, a weird expression on his face. Was there something wrong with this girl? Was this how she checked someone else's injury? Why was she using so much strength? It was fortunate that he had high endurance, otherwise he'd have screamed out already. Ling Shan was a little disappointed that Lin Yi didn't scream like she'd expected. Could it be that she wasn't using enough strength because she was being nice? And so, Ling Shan increased the strength in her hand once more. Hiss. Oh. Lin Yi couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a low growl. What the fuck, was this for real? Lin Yi was just about to yell at Ling Shan when a cry came from the door. Pho. Yao Yao, what are they doing? Yushu asked Meng Yao, her face red. Shoo, we can't watch anymore. It's not pure anymore. Meng Yao's face was red as well. They're doing something really evil, oh. Yushu, naturally, wasn't dumb enough to not understand what was going on. Ling Shan sis is so hot, doing something like that in the hospital. Could this be the legendary hitting planes? Ling Shan's back was facing the door, and her right hand was rubbing up and down Lin Yi's thigh. Lin Yi looked like he was about to die, and it was inevitable that people would misunderstand. From the back, they couldn't see where Ling Shan's hand was, so it was easy to think that she was helping Lin Yi hit the plane. Ling Shan didn't know what they were talking about at first, but Yushu's words about the legendary hitting planes made her shiver. Looking at the expression on Lin Yi's face, it was hard not to misunderstand. Ling Shan's face went feverish, and she was just about to explain when a cough sounded. It turned out that Faubert had come to Lin Yi's room with Meng Yao and Yushu. Seeing the situation, Faubert couldn't help but cough dryly. Officer Song, Mr. Lin hasn't fully recovered yet, and it's a public place in the hospital. It's not very suitable for him to do other things. I didn't. Ling Shan really didn't know how to explain things to Faubert. Forget it, hurry up and tidy yourself, we'll come in later. Faubert shook his head as he pulled Meng Yao and Yushu out of the room. He thought to himself, am I getting old? Was she unable to keep up with the times? She really didn't know that the officer Song she'd met before was such a conservative person. Why was he so open today? Could it be that he had fallen in love with Lin Yi? Yao Yao, that Ling Shan's trying to steal food from the tiger's mouth. Yushu raised her fist angrily after leaving the room. What do you mean by stealing food from the tiger's mouth? Mingyao's face was very red, her heart was beating very fast just thinking about what she'd seen. Lin Yi's your shield. What's wrong with her stealing it? Yushu said hatefully. Yao Yao, you can't let her get what she wants. What does that have to do with me? Meng Yao humphed. She felt that this Lin Yi wasn't a good person. Her impression of him had changed a little, but now her image of him fell to the ground once more. Doing something this dirty in the hospital was unforgivable. How unexpected, that famous cold beauty Ling Shan would actually do something like this. She really can change any kind of woman when she's in love. Yushu was very pissed off. She wouldn't be this angry if it were someone else, but it just had to be Ling Shan. Yushu and Ling Shan grew up in the same compound, and because both of them were very pretty, they were the center of attention in the compound since they were young. It was just that Ling Shan was a little older than Yushu, and had developed a little earlier, so she received more attention from the boys. Yushu, on the other hand, was more like a little sister compared to her. The boys in the compound took care of Yushu like a little sister, not the love they had for Ling Shan. Although Yushu didn't care for their love, this kind of feeling made her very unhappy. This was the first reason, and the second reason was also the reason why Yushu hated Ling Shan the most. Her brother was also one of Ling Shan's admirers, and Yushu could never forget the disappointment her brother felt when Ling Shan rejected him. Ling Shan said that she wouldn't find a man weaker than her, and this was also the reason why Yushu's brother, Chen Yuming, joined the army. Shu, why are you so angry? Do you like that Lin Yi kid? Meng Yao finally sensed something and asked Yushu curiously. Me? Of course not. There's no way I'd like him. Yushu found it hilarious herself. It was a ridiculous thing to say. If you don't like him, then don't talk about him in the future. It bothers me. Meng Yao didn't know what was bothering her. Was it because she ate Lin Yi's saliva? Saw Lin Yi's dick? Got touched by Lin Yi? It seemed like all of this was so far away, and it wasn't that important anymore. Today in the bank, in that instant, a pair of large hands pressed him down. Compared to this, the previous events were nothing. But Mingyao's heart was blocked, and she felt very uncomfortable. In the sick room, Ling Shan's face was red. She was done for, especially if that Yushu girl saw this. She wouldn't be able to go back to the compound anymore. She wouldn't have the face to go back. After hearing what that girl said, she would be even worse. Perhaps she was no different from a slut. Ling Shan really wanted to shoot the culprit in the head when she saw that innocent face on the bed. It was all this guy's fault. What the hell was he doing? At the thought, Ling Shan couldn't help but say hatefully, Lin Yi, what are you trying to do? How am I supposed to face people in the future if you scream like that? I say, miss, people always say that boobs have no brains. I didn't believe it at first, but today, I finally see what it means. Lin Yi said with a cold smile. Chapter 42. Twice a day. Don't think I'll give in just because you've got a pair of boobs dangling in front of my eyes. I'd rather go home and watch porn. Lin Yi curled his lips. First, you're the one who's pressing on my wounds. Would I be able to scream if you didn't? Don't be a thief calling a thief. Second, use your brain. Why can't you see people just because you're a girl? Everyone is equal in front of the law, so you're not equal because you're a girl. How am I supposed to see people if you can't see them? Ling Shan was taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Yi to have so many excuses. She wanted to say that girls and boys weren't the same. But Lin Yi's everyone is equal shut her mouth. She was a lawyer, after all, wouldn't she be shooting herself in the foot if she said she wasn't equal? Ling Shan pointed her finger at Lin Yi for a long while before putting her finger down. What was wrong with her today? Ling Shan took a deep breath. Was this still the same person she used to be? She was usually calm and collected, never getting angry over anything, but today, she'd lost her composure time and time again in front of Lin Yi. It was all Lin Yi's fault, always exposing her shortcomings. She wouldn't have gotten so angry otherwise. Ling Shan's head cleared up quite a bit at the thought. Indeed, Lin Yi was right, he wouldn't have screamed if she hadn't wanted to touch his wounds. He wouldn't have screamed, and she wouldn't have touched his wounds. Naturally, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Everything that had happened today could be said to be her own fault, and it wasn't Lin Yi's fault at all. As pissed as she was, she still lowered her head. I've lost my composure. Can we take a statement now? All right. Lin Yi wasn't expecting the song girl to change into a different person all of a sudden. What's your name? Ling Shan was back to her usual cold self, as if the angry girl wasn't her at all. Lin Yi. Lin Yi said cooperatively. He didn't want to make things difficult for Ling Shan, and what he said just now was to get back at her for hurting his wound. In fact, a girl being misunderstood like this was much worse than a guy. He'd already been misunderstood by Yushu this morning, but that didn't affect Lin Yi's daily life at all. Yushu didn't look down on him either. Age? Ling Shan continued. 18 years old, just an adult, Lin Yi said with a smile. Ling Shan's face reddened. She felt that Lin Yi's words and smile were implying something. It was as if he was implying that she was helping him with something, that he was an adult, and that she wasn't teasing an underage boy. She was going crazy. Ling Shan felt like her head was about to explode. If this went on, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on his work. It seemed like she hadn't adjusted her mentality yet. Ling Shan planned on asking Huaijuan Bro for advice when he came back. She'd never seen Huaijuan show any emotions on his face before, and it was as if the captain was always calm and collected. Ling Shan admired that. Tell me about the situation at the bank. Ling Shan sighed as she spoke to Lin Yi. After finishing Lin Yi's statement, Ling Shan left the hospital quickly under Faubert, Meng Yao, and Yushu's suspicious and disdainful gazes. Ling Shan felt like a fireball, hot and red at the same time. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Faubert was a little surprised to see Lin Yi able to get up just like that. This gunshot wound would take at least a couple of days, right? I'm fine. Lin Yi shook his head. Wow. Twice a day. Yushu whispered with a mischievous smile as she walked past Lin Yi. Ah. Lin Yi paused before realizing what Yushu was talking about. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Twice a day. Both times were just misunderstandings. Meng Yao, on the other hand, didn't say anything. She only looked at Lin Yi coldly before pulling Yushu out of the room. That's just how Yao Yao is, please don't mind her, Mr. Lin. Faubert patted Lin Yi's shoulder after Meng Yao and Yushu left. It's all thanks to you today. When Mr. Chu comes back, I'll definitely ask for a reward for you. No need. Lin Yi smiled. Mr. Chu gave me so much money, naturally, I have to be worthy of it. Ha! Faubert laughed happily. No matter what, it's all thanks to you today. Faubert, this isn't as simple as it seems. According to that baldy, someone called Sihua Bro ordered them to do this. Their main motive this time was probably a bank robbery. Kidnapping Meng Yao was the real deal. Lin Yi said. Although I don't know what the mastermind is planning, I think we still need to investigate this. The police force alone isn't enough. Yes, I understand. I'll talk to Mr. Chu about this. Faubert nodded. He was suspicious as well. Why did Meng Yao get kidnapped when Mr. Chu was away? Was there a connection between this and the kidnapping? Lin Yi didn't say much. After all, this was a family matter. He couldn't go overboard. In the parking lot of the hospital, Lin Yi saw Ling Shan driving a police car. Lin Yi smiled at her, but Ling Shan glared at him. She didn't stop the car, but stepped on the gas instead. Lin Yi and Faubert got in the car together. Meng Yao and Yushu were already in the back seat, talking about something. But when Faubert and Lin Yi got in the car, the two stopped talking. The atmosphere in the car became heavy. Meng Yao and Yushu were talking about Lin Yi in the car. Meng Yao's opinion was firm, and she wanted Lin Yi to leave. Yushu, on the other hand, thought that Lin Yi's staying wasn't bad at all. At least he would have breakfast every day. This made Meng Yao furious. Why did he only know how to eat? There were plenty of chefs in the restaurants under her family. Why would they need a country bumpkin like Lin Yi? And so, the two fell silent. When Lin Yi got in the car, it became even more silent. Faubert parked the car in front of Meng Yao's villa. It seemed that Yushu was going to stay with Meng Yao. Faubert didn't even park the car in front of Yushu's house. The three got out of the car, and Faubert drove away. He still had to go to the hotel to prepare food for the three kids. Of course, in his eyes, Lin Yi was also a kid. Stop. Meng Yao stopped Lin Yi the moment he stepped into the villa. Chapter 43. She doesn't like him. You saved me today. I'm very thankful for that. I'll tell my dad to give you more money as a reward, but that doesn't mean I'll accept you. I'll tell my dad to fire you when he gets back. Meng Yao said after some hesitation. Lin Yi shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't stay here if Mr. Chu fires me. Lin Yi felt like he was a bit of a failure. Was it because the miss was too hard to please, or was it because he wasn't good enough? But it didn't matter, as much as he liked the easy life he had right now, going to school and getting out of school, living with two beautiful girls, and having a good friend at school. It wasn't a life that belonged to him. Meng Yao panicked even more as she watched Lin Yi's downtrodden silhouette. Was she wrong? Shouldn't she have kicked him out? Meng Yao's heart wavered for the first time in her life. Lin Yi was the scale that she was supposed to be on. Lin Yi went back to his room and took off his clothes. There was a large patch of blood on his pants, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to wear them anymore. It was such a waste of a good pair of pants. Lin Yi's heart ached a little as he tossed the pants into the trash can in the corner of his room. Lin Yi took out a spare set of school uniform. Lin Yi walked out of his room after changing. Meng Yao and Yushu were watching TV on the sofa, and Lin Yi didn't want to disturb them. He sat down on the sofa furthest away from them and started watching cartoons with them. Yushu glanced at Lin Yi before going back to watching cartoons. Meng Yao, on the other hand, didn't even look in Lin Yi's direction. Because of the bank robbery, it was already past 9 p.m. when he got home. Although Uncle Fu rushed to the hotel to get the food, it was already 10:30 p.m. by the time it was delivered to the villa. It was already 10:30 p.m. As usual, Faubert left after leaving the food behind. The only difference was that when he left today, he specifically reminded Lin Yi, "Don't forget to check if the door is locked at night. Protect the two girls." "Don't worry, Faubert." Lin Yi gave Faubert a reassuring look. When Lin Yi cultivated at night, he could already replace sleep. However, that was also the time when Lin Yi's spirit and senses were at their sharpest. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape Lin Yi's ears. Therefore, Lin Yi was very confident about the safety of the villa at night. "Oh!" Yushu cheered as she smelled the food. "I'm starving. There's finally food. Yao Yao sis, let's go eat." Meng Yao stood up and walked to the kitchen with Yushu. She was a little hungry as well, but there was an indescribable pressure in her heart. She wasn't as lively as Yushu. Yushu couldn't wait to open the sealed container as they sat at the dining table, salivating. "Yao Yao sis, it's braised chicken, tofu, hot and sour potato strips, and pig's foot soup. This pig's foot soup must have been custom-made for breast enlargement. Meng Yao glared at Yushu, telling her not to talk nonsense. There was a man in the house, and it wasn't the two of them anymore. Oh. Yushu shut her mouth. It smells so good. I love tofu. I heard that if you eat too much tofu, your skin will become whiter, just like the tofu beauty in the textbook. Meng Yao picked up her chopsticks and put them down again, glancing at Lin Yi on the sofa. He was still watching TV. She didn't know why, but that lonely figure made Meng Yao feel very uncomfortable. He was fighting to eat with her yesterday, but he wasn't here today. It must have been because she ate his saliva yesterday. Call your shield bro over for dinner. Meng Yao said to Yushu after some hesitation. That's your shield bro, alright. I don't need a shield. Yushu said with a smile as she looked at Meng Yao, trying to figure out what was going on. Why'd you call him over for dinner? Let's just ignore him then. Meng Yao said coldly, feeling a little nervous under Yushu's pressure. Oh, I'll go get him then. Yushu smiled and stood up, calling out to Lin Yi in the living room. Shield bro, it's dinner time. You guys eat first, I'll eat after you guys are done. Meng Yao doesn't like me. Lin Yi said gratefully as he looked at Yushu. This girl was really nice to him, after all. He didn't make her noodles for nothing. Meng Yao's hand shook when she heard Lin Yi's words, and a piece of braised chicken fell onto the table. Meng Yao wanted to cry. She was the one who asked Lin Yi to come over for dinner, and this guy was treating Yushu like a kind-hearted person. He even said that she didn't like him. What a waste of my good intentions. Yao Yao said. Yushu was about to say something when Meng Yao pulled her back. Ignore him, let him starve to death. Meng Yao said hatefully. She hated him to death. Aw. But Yao Yao, didn't you say you wanted him to eat with us? Why are you ignoring him now? Yushu looked at Meng Yao strangely. I changed my mind. Meng Yao humphed and hesitated. Shoo, if you like him, then call him over. Me? But he said that you don't like him. Yushu said innocently. Meng Yao wanted to say that she didn't like him, didn't she? But if she said it out loud, wouldn't that make it sound like she liked him? Meng Yao's lips twitched, but she didn't say anything in the end. Let's eat. Sometime later, if she could go back in time, Meng Yao would have stood up and yelled at him without hesitation. I like you, I like you. Come and eat with me. Meng Yao didn't hesitate at all when she heard those words from him. But time couldn't be turned back, and it was destined that in the future, Meng Yao would spend many sleepless nights hugging the blanket that was soaked in tears. Meng Yao made her wish the moment the meteor streaked across the night sky. But, was it really going to work? Looking at the starry sky, Meng Yao realized that she didn't know when it started, but the distance between them was getting farther and farther. Although it seemed to be within reach, there was an insurmountable ravine between the two of them, and this ravine was dug out by her own hands. Chapter 44. Let me tell you a secret. After the two girls finished eating, they went upstairs. It was already very late, about 11 o'clock. They still had to go to school tomorrow, so they should rest early at this time. Lin Yi stood up and walked to the dining table, a beautiful smile on his face. He didn't hear what Yushu and Meng Yao were talking about, but he saw everything that happened after Yushu told him to eat and sat down at the dining table. The two girls spoke very softly, but they didn't expect Lin Yi to be able to read lips. Lin Yi heard every single word Meng Yao said. So the miss was a girl with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he started cleaning up the leftovers. It wasn't really leftovers, since the two girls didn't have big appetites. They wouldn't be able to finish 4 big boxes of food no matter how hungry they were. They only took a few bites of the braised chicken, evidently afraid of getting fat. In fact, being able to eat Meng Yao and Yushu's leftovers was a great blessing to the boys. Pinliang, for example, wouldn't get sick of it even if he had to eat it every day. Lin Yi was famished, and he let out a satisfied burp after finishing everything on the table. Footsteps came from behind him, but Lin Yi didn't turn around. He could tell from the footsteps that it was Yushu. The two's footsteps were slightly different, but Lin Yi could tell them apart. Wow! Shield bro, are you a pig? You can eat so much. As expected, it was Yushu. She was a little thirsty, so she went down to grab a drink when she saw the empty lunchboxes on the table. She jumped in fright. Ha! Lin Yi smiled. It's alright, but you two sure are wasteful, leaving so much food every day. We have you now, don't we? Yushu said disapprovingly. Evidently, it wasn't easy for them to understand the feeling of, who knows how hard it is to eat, in a big family like this. Lin Yi didn't say anything, he understood the difference in their environment, and there was no point in explaining things like that. Yushu and Mengyao wouldn't understand anyway. Right, Shield bro, let me tell you a little secret. Yushu said mysteriously to Lin Yi as she took out a bottle of black tea from the fridge. What secret? Lin Yi blinked as he looked at Yushu. Sister Yao Yao said she didn't say she doesn't like you. You can eat with us next time. Yushu whispered. I see. I understand. Lin Yi nodded. Thank you. But next time, I'll wait for you guys to finish eating. Why? Yushu asked. I'm afraid it won't be enough for you guys. Lin Yi smiled as he pointed at the empty lunchboxes on the table. Ha! Yushu said with a smile. I'm going upstairs, you rest early too. With that, she made a goodbye gesture and ran up the stairs. Lin Yi shook his head as he watched Yushu's figure disappear. This girl gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through. She looked cute, but she was actually very shrewd. Because of his leg injury, Lin Yi didn't take a shower. He wiped his body with a wet towel and went to bed. He didn't expect to get injured here. Lin Yi didn't bring the herbs from his hometown, and he couldn't heal the injury as fast as possible. Closing his eyes, Lin Yi started practicing the art of dragon mastery. Although Lin Yi looked forward to a breakthrough every day, there was still no progress. The warm sunlight shone into the room, shining on Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi stretched and opened the window, enjoying the fresh air. It was another beautiful day. Lin Yi was looking forward to life. This student life was something he'd always dreamed of, and now that it had come true, he would cherish it. Who knew when the miss would kick him out? Songshan Police Station, in the interrogation room of the criminal police. Ling Shan looked at the people in front of her helplessly, feeling powerless. It had been a night, and there was no progress on the case. The information they got were all useless. The fake black MPVs with Songshan 74110 plates were all arrested, but they were all people who didn't know anything. Ling Shan didn't believe it at first, but after investigating these people's backgrounds, Ling Shan was disappointed. These people were either laid-off drivers or bus drivers on vacation. The cars with the Song A74110 license plate were hired by someone else. They were each given 500 yuan to drive the cars to the designated location at the designated time. These people didn't even get to the designated location before they were caught by the police. At first, they thought that it was the traffic police who caught them because their cars didn't have legal documents, but they accepted the job because of the 500 kwai. When they found out that it was related to a bank robbery, they realized that they'd been tricked by the criminals. These people could only be sent to the traffic police and dealt with according to the traffic laws. Ling Shan couldn't vent her anger on these people. The exhaustion of the night was a waste of energy, and Ling Shan was depressed. After all, this was her first time solving a case on her own, and the pressure was unimaginable. Captain Song, should we increase the intensity of the search? Lu Wangli, the squadron leader of the first squadron, asked. They'd been searching for the entire night, but they hadn't found any traces of the robbers. If they continued searching after dawn, it'd definitely interfere with normal social activities, and so Ling Shan was hesitant. If they increased the intensity of the search, it'd be equivalent to setting up checkpoints on the main roads, checking the people in the cars. I'll ask Captain Yang. In the end, Ling Shan had no choice but to call Huijuan and ask him what she should do in a situation like this. Sometimes, Ling Shan felt that she was really lacking. Huijuan was also a retired soldier, but his observation skills were 100 times sharper than hers. It didn't matter what case it was, it wouldn't be able to escape his meticulous analysis and reasoning. The truth of the case would come to light very soon. But Ling Shan felt that she had too much to learn. This vice-captain position. Yes, Lin Yi was right, it really did seem like she'd gotten it through the back door. Chapter 45. Xihuabro. At the same time, a black van was parked in front of an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Songshan, but the license plate had been removed. Fuck, are these policemen crazy? Didn't they just rob 1 million? Do they have to do this? Baldy spat on the ground, pissed. Yeah, boss, we can't go on like this. Aren't we trapped here? Ma Lu was frustrated as well. Fuck, this is bad. Alright, stop complaining. I'm waiting for Xihuabro's call. Baldy waved his hand impatiently. The phone rang, and Baldy quickly picked it up. Is this Xihuabro? I'm Baldy. What the fuck are you doing? A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Xihuabro, what's wrong with me? Baldy paused. Did you take the money out of the bank? Xihuabro asked darkly. I just brought it out. What's the big deal? Baldy said, feeling wronged. It wasn't easy for him to rob a bank, and if he didn't take the money with him, wouldn't it be a waste? Pig brain. What did I tell you? I told you not to take the money. Are you fucking deaf? Xihuabro cursed. The cops wouldn't have put in so much effort to capture you if you didn't take the money. They're only working so hard because you took the money. Ah. Baldy thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. It was all his fault for being greedy and causing a disaster. He quickly begged, Xihuabro, I'm risking my life for you. You can't just leave me like this. You have to save me. Humph. Is that girl alright? Xihuabro humphed coldly. Girl? What girl? Baldy blinked. Meng Yao. You didn't touch her, did you? Fuck. Xihuabro's voice was a little rushed. You're done for if you touch her. Ugh. Baldy stuttered as he remembered Meng Yao. I'm sorry, Xihuabro, she was rescued. What? Xihuabro shouted, you motherfucker, you didn't catch him. No. Baldy said with a trembling voice. Then you can fucking wait for your death. It was a mistake to ask you for help. Xihuabro cursed. You're a fucking piece of shit, you deserve to be arrested by the police. With that, Xihuabro hung up. Xihuabro. Baldy panicked and started begging. Xihuabro, can you leave me alone? I'm your man. But after praying for a long time, Baldy realized that Xihuabro had hung up. Boss, what did Xihuabro say? Ma Lu asked anxiously after Baldy put down the phone. Xihuabro abandoned us, we're done for. Baldy said dejectedly. Doomed. Ma Lu was taken aback. What do you mean? Xihuabro doesn't care about us anymore. He doesn't care about us anymore, because we didn't catch that Chu Mengyao girl. Baldy sighed as he sat on the ground. Motherfucker, you fucking Baldy, it's all your fault. That girl wouldn't have been able to get away if you hadn't been kidnapped by that kid. Malu suddenly became agitated as he jumped up from the ground and pounced at Baldy. You dare to rebel? Baldy was stunned. He looked at Malu in disbelief as he punched himself. Why are you still trying to act tough at a time like this? Malu smiled coldly. You motherfucker, if that kid didn't take your gun, we wouldn't be in this state right now. Baldy said as he started fighting with Malu. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and Baldy and Malu fell into a pool of blood. Both of them died with their eyes wide open. It was Baldy's lackey who had been shouting at the bank. His name was Ji Lao San, and he was the most prestigious person in the group other than Baldy. He was the vice leader. Third bro. You. The remaining 2 lackeys looked at Ji Lao San in shock. These 2 people are too sentimental and blaming others. Old Ji snorted and said, what time is it now? Fighting amongst ourselves. Sihua bro doesn't want us, so he doesn't want us anymore. But we have hands and legs, and most importantly, we have money. As long as we survive this, we'll be able to enjoy endless wealth. Don't you guys think so? The 2 lackeys thought about it and agreed. Baldy and Malu were arguing endlessly, and fighting amongst each other was the scariest thing in a situation like this. If they weren't careful, they'd become a clue to the police, and they'd fall into the police's hands. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. The 2 lackeys nodded at the thought. After all, Baldy was dead, and Ji Lao San was now the leader. They could only place their hopes on Ji Lao San if they wanted to be safe. This money is enough for the 3 of us to spend for the rest of our lives. Ji Lao San opened the money pouch, revealing the bundles of banknotes inside. He knew that there was no point in saying anything right now. Money was the only thing that could buy people's hearts. We'll each get close to 500,000 in here. 2 less people means 1 less person to split the money with. Third bro. We'll leave everything to you 3. The 2 lackeys nodded in agreement. Ji Lao San nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Baldy and Malu's corpses in disdain. Both Meng Yao and Yushu almost overslept because they'd slept late last night. The 2 only crawled out of bed after the alarm had rung thrice, running to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Yi, on the other hand, woke up early and made 3 bowls of noodles. He started boiling water when he heard the commotion upstairs. He'd made Yangchun noodles yesterday, and Lin Yi was making chicken noodles today. There were still some leftovers from the braised chicken from yesterday, so Lin Yi decided to use the leftover chicken juice to make the soup. Lin Yi's noodles were done by the time Meng Yao and Yushu came downstairs. Wow, it smells so good. Yushu's nose was sharp, and she picked up the smell immediately. She ran to the dining room happily. Yao Yao, your shield bro made noodles for us again. Meng Yao had wanted to follow Yushu to the dining room, but Yushu's words stopped her in her tracks. It was Lin Yi's noodle. Should she go? Meng Yao would have turned around and walked away, pretending that she hadn't smelled anything, if it was for the sake of her pride and face. But the smell of the noodles was too tempting. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Getting Close to the Dean. Wow, it smells so good. It's so delicious. Yushu commented as she ate. What was the big deal? She'd had a bowl yesterday anyway, it wouldn't make a difference. Meng Yao gritted her teeth as she walked towards the dining room. Meng Yao's actions weren't missed by Lin Yi at all, and Lin Yi smiled faintly. This Meng Yao was quite an interesting character. Meng Yao, come eat your noodles. Lin Yi encouraged, hoping to motivate Meng Yao even more. Thanks. Meng Yao's voice was as quiet as a mosquito's, surprising both Lin Yi and Yushu. Was this still Meng Yao? Meng Yao picked up her chopsticks as she sat down at the dining table. She felt like crying as she stared at the fragrant noodles in front of her, wondering if she'd gone a little too far with Lin Yi. He was actually a really good person. Yeah, at least he was a qualified nanny. Falbert's car stopped in front of the villa punctually at 7 in the morning, and Meng Yao, Yushu, and Lin Yi walked out of the villa. Meng Yao didn't say anything, but there was less hostility in her eyes now as she looked at Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, according to the doctor's orders, you'll have to go to the hospital to get your bandages changed. Falbert said. I'll send Miss Chu and Miss Chen to school first, and then I'll drive you to the hospital to get your bandages changed. All right. Lin Yi nodded after some thought. The wound on his leg wasn't that big of a deal, but he didn't want people to think of him as a monster. Miss Chu, can you help Mr. Lin apply for leave? Falbert asked in a negotiating tone. Meng Yao didn't know what to say. She didn't hate Lin Yi that much anymore, but asking for leave on Lin Yi's behalf. How could she do that? Wouldn't everyone know that she was living with Lin Yi then? Falbert thought that Meng Yao and Lin Yi were still in conflict, so he turned to Yushu. Miss Chen, why don't you help Mr. Lin apply for leave? It's fine with me, it's just that Yao Yao doesn't want people to know that she's living with Lin Yi. Yushu said innocently, but emphasized the word living with. Ah. Li Fu slapped his forehead, realizing that Meng Yao was worried about that. That was true, how could a girl say something like that? Meng Yao didn't want to say it out. Meng Yao glared at Yushu. Yushu stuck her tongue out and shut her mouth. She'd said what she needed to say anyway. It's fine, I'm pretty familiar with the dean, Wang Jifeng. I've got his number here. I'll give him a call later and ask him to contact the class teacher. Lin Yi said with a smile. Yao, Mayo and to Yushu was Yao, Y was. Long as long the dash, Dean, long Ridyu, Lin. That didn't seem possible. But if he didn't know the dean, he couldn't say something like that. Wouldn't his lie be exposed? Meng Yao and Yushu weren't the only ones who were surprised. Even Falbert was surprised. How did Lin Yi know the dean? Lin Yi saw through their confusion as well. He turned to Falbert. Falbert, can I borrow your phone for a while? Oh, of course. Falbert said as he handed his phone to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took out a piece of paper from his pocket. There was still some blood on it. He had accidentally stained it yesterday. He dialed the number on the paper, and the call went through after a while. Hello, is this Yushu? Lin Yi asked. Yes. Who is this? Jifeng was busy with his lover. He jumped when the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unknown number. His tone was a little unfriendly. I'm Lin Yi. Yushu, I hope I didn't disturb you. Lin Yi said with a smile. Ah. No. Yushu's heart skipped a beat. His tone became very friendly. Oh, it's Lin Yi. Look, how can I have anything good? Class is about to start. It's like this. I have something to trouble you with, Yushu. Lin Yi smiled. He didn't expose Yushu's lie. Yushu's tone was very nervous. It was obvious that he was doing something wrong. What is it? Let's hear it. Wang Jifeng secretly sighed in his heart. Sigh, it seems that my weakness has finally been caught. The next day, something came to find me. It's like this. I have something to do this morning, so I might be a little late. Please tell my homeroom teacher and ask for a leave. I'll be there around 10. Lin Yi said. Oh, that's it. Sure, no problem. When Wang Jifeng heard that it was a small matter, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Wasn't this easy to settle? It was just a phone call. Thank you, Yushu. I won't disturb you any longer. Please continue. Lin Yi said meaningfully. This kid. Jifeng put down the phone helplessly and went back to his work. Lin Yi, you really know Yushu. And you look really close. Yushu's mouth was wide open as she looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. I just met him yesterday, we just hit it off. Lin Yi, naturally, wasn't going to spill the beans about Wang Jifeng. He gave a vague explanation. Oh. Yushu cheered. That's great. I'll look for you if I need a leave in the future. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he looked at Li Fu, who didn't have any expression on his face. Li Fu seemed to have run out of ideas on how to deal with the two girls, turning a deaf ear to their plan to skip class. All right. Lin Yi nodded. Li Fu, on the other hand, was re-evaluating Lin Yi. The young man looked like a normal guy, but his wits and bravery were undeniable. From the looks of it, his social skills were quite strong as well. And his ability to pick up girls. Even the police beauty Ling Shan, Faubert felt a headache coming on at the thought. The two princesses wouldn't fall into his clutches, would they? It seemed like he should find some time to talk to Mr. Chu about Lin Yi. Meng Yao and Yushu got out of the car at the entrance of Songshan's first hospital, and Faubert drove Lin Yi to Songshan's First People's Hospital. They passed by a mobile store on the way, and Faubert stopped the car in front of the store. He turned to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, you should get a phone as well. It'll be hard to keep in touch. Lin Yi nodded. He wouldn't be borrowing Faubert's phone to make calls otherwise. Chapter 47. Guan Axian Lin Yi was here to buy a phone, and so he went straight to the counter. Meng Yao and Yushu were both using Nokia E7S, and Lin Yi quite liked them. He picked one up and paid a few thousand kuai for a free phone. Faubert swiped his card before Lin Yi could pay, smiling at Lin Yi. These are daily necessities, we should be the ones providing them. Lin Yi didn't argue with Faubert after hearing that. A few thousand kuai was a lot to him, but it wasn't even worth mentioning to Faubert and Pingzhan. Faubert might be a chauffeur, but a chauffeur holding shares in Pingzhan Industries wasn't much, but it was enough to show how important Faubert was in Pingzhan's heart. The traffic on the streets got heavier after the phone was bought, and it was rush hour. Faubert smiled bitterly. Looks like it'll take up a lot of time again. Speaking of which, Mr. Lin, why are you so close with Dean Wang? I talked to him a bit when I went to register yesterday, and we hit it off pretty well. He left me his number, telling me to look for him if I need anything. Lin Yi said with a smile. I see. Faubert didn't quite believe it, but Lin Yi didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't press him. They finally arrived at People's First Hospital, but it was already 8:30 in the morning. They'd walked for about an hour before they arrived. They found Dr. Sun Weiman, who was very happy to see Lin Yi. He smiled at him. Little hero, you're here. You're recovering pretty fast, aren't you? You can even walk like that. Anyone else would have been using crutches. Dr. Sun, please don't call me little hero. It's a little awkward. Plus, I'm no hero. Lin Yi was embarrassed by Sun Weiman's stare. Lin Yi felt that there was something wrong with Sun Weiman's smile. He deserves to be a hero. You deserve it. Sun Weiman waved his hand and smiled like an elder. But young man, you're a bit too romantic. Yesterday's incident with that female police officer has become the talk of the hospital. Even the policewoman admires you, little hero. Ha! Lin Yi suddenly broke out in a sweat. No way. People always said that news traveled very fast on campus. Could it be that news traveled very fast in the hospital as well? Ha, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Sun Weiman smiled as he wrote down a medical advice and handed it over to Lin Yi. Take this to the treatment room. All right. Lin Yi hurriedly took the medical advice and ran out of Sun Weiman's treatment room. His back was drenched in cold sweat. If that girl Ling Shan were to hear about what happened today, it'd be a huge problem. He tried his best to convince her last night, but she'd had nothing to say about it. Wouldn't she come looking for him when she realized what had happened? Just thinking about it gave Lin Yi a headache. The treatment room was right in front of the treatment room. Lin Yi knocked on the door. A very gentle voice came from inside, "Please come in." Hee, the voice of a beautiful nurse was really nice to hear. Lin Yi opened the door casually and walked in. "Hello, I'm here to change my dressing." "Ah." The nurse in the treatment room raised her head in surprise and looked at Lin Yi. You're okay." "What do you mean I'm okay? I haven't changed my dressing yet." Lin Yi didn't know what was going on. The nurse was quite pretty, with a round face and big eyes. Was she a psychopath or something? You don't recognize me." Guan Xan pouted and looked at Lin Yi with a pitiful look. Yesterday was Guan Xan's first month's salary. She was very happy. She was finally independent. She didn't need to be called a money worshipper by her family anymore. In fact, Guan Xan didn't lack money. On the contrary, her family was very rich. But Guan Xan didn't want that. She wanted to work hard and earn her own money. After graduating from medical school, Guan Xan stayed in Songshan's First People's Hospital as a nurse. In fact, in this era of fierce competition, it wasn't easy to be a nurse. Many beautiful girls had to lower their heads to get the job they wanted. But Guan Xan's family background was there. Sleeping with the daughter of a hospital shareholder. Wouldn't that be suicidal? Who would dare? Guan Xan went to the treatment room under the guidance of the hospital's director. The director let Guan Xan stay there because the director of the surgery department, Sun Weiben, was a very upright person. Otherwise, if there was a scandal of a doctor flirting with a shareholder's daughter, he might as well resign. After work, Guan Xan happily ran to the bank to withdraw her salary and enjoy the joy of making money. Due to the special nature of the nursing profession, almost all banks were closed after work. Guan Xan had no choice but to walk a long way to the only bank that was open 24 hours. She didn't think that she'd run into a bank robbery. When the robbers barged into the bank and started shooting, Guan Xan's mind went blank. She followed what everyone else was doing and squatted on the ground with the rest of the crowd. Originally, he thought that after this period of time, he would wait for the robbers to steal the money and leave, but he did not expect the police to surround the bank. The robbers had to find a hostage as a bargaining chip with the police. When the robbers walked towards her, Guan Xan was very scared. She was afraid that the robbers would choose her. She didn't expect that the robbers would choose a girl not far from her who looked about the same age as her. What surprised Guan Xan was that the boy in front of her suddenly stood up and volunteered to be the robber's hostage. Many people wouldn't even be able to hide in a situation like this. Who would volunteer to be the robber's hostage? Guan Xan admired the boy's bravery. But the robbers didn't hold back and shot at him. Guan Xan's heart almost jumped out of her chest. But what Guan Xan didn't understand was that the boy tilted his body and then straightened his body. Why did he do that in a situation like this? Guan Xan didn't have time to think as the gunshot sounded. The boy was shot, but he didn't make a sound as he silently endured the bullet hitting his leg. Chapter 48. An ambiguous moment. Guan Xan overheard all the doctors and nurses talking about a man named Lin Yi when she got to work this morning. She didn't think much of it at first, thinking it was just some gossip, but it turned out that they were talking about yesterday's bank robbery. Guan Xan, as the person involved, had the most right to speak. Everyone went into an uproar when she said that the young man in front of her stood up and offered to be a hostage. So it was all true. That young man from yesterday was a hero. Sun Weiman had told everyone about it, but the police didn't disclose the details, so most people thought that Lin Yi was just bragging to Sun Weiman. But now that Guan Xan had seen it with her own eyes, Lin Yi really was a little hero. What? He came to the hospital for treatment yesterday. That means he's out of the robber's control. Guan Xan was overjoyed at Sun Weiman's words, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. She hadn't slept well the night before because she was worried about Lin Yi and that girl, but now she could finally relax. That's right. Sun Weiman smiled. Lin Yi, he's not simple at all. But Xan, you're really lucky. Lin Yi said yesterday that he could have dodged the bullet when the gunman opened fire, but he saw that there was a girl behind him. If he dodged, the bullet would have hit the girl, so he took the bullet head-on instead. And that lucky girl seems to be you. Ah. So that's what happened. Guan Xan's mouth was wide open. No wonder he leaned to the side and straightened his body, he was afraid of hurting her. Ha, Xan, Lin Yi has to come to the hospital to change his bandages later. I'll tell him to go find you. Sun Weiman smiled. Sun Weiman didn't know Guan Xan's real identity, but the dean had told him that Guan Xan was sent here by someone important, and that he should take care of her. Sun Weiman had always been a very modest person. He did not need the director to greet him. He was very kind to the people in the department, especially the young people. He would try his best to give them advice and would never hide anything. Guan Xan's face reddened. A hero saving a damsel in distress like this was bound to make people think too much. Especially in such a dramatic way. After Lin Yi was injured, he went to the hospital where she was treated. Lin Yi looked at the attractive nurse in front of him. He felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen her before. However, her words, "Don't you recognize me," made Lin Yi's hair stand on end. Why do I feel like a heartless man who cheated a girl of her feelings? You are. Lin Yi looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. He wanted to find some clues from her big bright eyes, but unfortunately, Lin Yi still couldn't remember who she was. It was no wonder. She was just a passerby that Lin Yi met yesterday. He didn't even know her name, so there was no way that Lin Yi would have any impression of her. Thank you for blocking the bullet for me yesterday. Guan Xan was a bit disappointed that Lin Yi didn't recognize her. She took the initiative to tell him how they met. Ah, it's you. Lin Yi finally remembered who the girl in front of him was. She was the girl behind him at the bank yesterday. You remember. Guan Xan was a bit happy that Lin Yi remembered her. Actually, the robber was going to shoot me yesterday. I can't hurt others just because I dodged the bullet, so you don't need to thank me. Lin Yi explained. You don't need to feel bad about it. Oh. Guan Xan didn't know what to say after hearing Lin Yi's words. She nodded, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. All right, help me change the bandages. Lin Yi smiled. Nice to meet you, pretty nurse. I'm Guan Xan. Guan Xan was amused by Lin Yi. She took the medical order from Lin Yi and started preparing the medicine. When she was done, she saw that Lin Yi was still standing there. She couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing? Hurry up and take off your pants. Guan Xan's face reddened involuntarily after she said that. This was actually the first time Guan Xan had to deal with a man's wound. In the past, Sun Weiman would always hand it over to the married female nurses in the department. These young nurses would usually take care of superficial wounds on the hands and feet. But today's situation was different. Lin Yi was Guan Xan's savior, and Sun Weiman wanted to hand Lin Yi over to Guan Xan. Guan Xan didn't object to it, and so the matter was settled. Ugh. That's not too good. Lin Yi was starting to feel a bit embarrassed. He hadn't even taken off his pants yesterday, and there was already a rumor going around with Ling Shan. If he took his pants off today, wouldn't it be even worse? Guan Axian didn't feel embarrassed when she saw a man like Lin Yi acting coy. Instead, she found it funny. I'm a nurse, what are you doing behind my back? You know, patients have no privacy in front of a doctor. Be a good boy and take off your pants. Guan Axian felt her face heat up. Why did she feel like a perverted sister trying to kidnap a little boy? Lin Yi sweated profusely, but after thinking it over, Guan Axian was a nurse. It shouldn't be a big deal if he took off his pants in front of her. He unbuckled his belt and took off his pants before sitting down on a chair. That's my chair, but you can take it. Guan Axian was a little embarrassed when she saw Li Yi sitting on her office chair with only his underwear on. She thought about it and decided that it was fine. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a little apologetic. I didn't know this was your chair. Do you want me to switch? Forget it, your leg's injured. Don't switch it around, Guan Axian said as she squatted down and started examining the bandages on Lin Yi's leg. She didn't think that Lin Yi, who looked so skinny, had such muscles on his legs. No wonder he was able to leave with the criminals after getting shot. Guan Axian was a little surprised. Guan Axian carefully unwrapped the bandages, but the more careful she was, the more nervous she got. Especially when she saw the bulge in Lin Yi's underwear, Guan Axian felt her breathing quicken. Her hands trembled slightly, and her face was as red as the sunset. Guan Axian was nervous, but Lin Yi wasn't any better. A beautiful girl in a nurse's uniform squatting down on his crotch. It was inevitable that his imagination would run wild. Chapter 49. Find me tomorrow. Guan Axian was feeling the warmth of Guan Axian's hand. She'd accidentally touched Lin Yi, so she couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. She didn't want Lin Yi to see the look on her face, and that was when tragedy struck. Aww. Guan Axian couldn't help but cry out as she stood up, but she was too embarrassed to even lift her head up. Lin Yi looked at Guan Axian's face helplessly. Who told you to touch him? But since it had already happened, he had no choice but to apologize awkwardly. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Guan Axian felt bad when Lin Yi apologized to her first. She knew very well that Lin Yi had been acting normally, and it was only because she'd accidentally touched him that he'd reacted. She was the one to blame. It's not your fault. I'm a nurse, I shouldn't have cared about stuff like that. It's just that my thoughts were a bit impure. Guan Axian explained. If it had been anyone else, Guan Axian wouldn't have been so nice to them. She'd have slapped them a long time ago, but Lin Yi was different. He was her savior, and Guan Axian was filled with guilt at the gunshot wound. She thought that he'd gotten shot because of her, and that was why she was being so nice to him. He's all right. Lin Yi pointed at his lower body, a little self-deprecatingly. Let's continue, yeah. Guan Axian nodded, putting aside the awkwardness from before as she carefully changed Lin Yi's bandages. Hiss. The bandages stuck to the wound, and Lin Yi gritted his teeth at the feeling of it tearing. The wound's healing pretty well, I can't believe you had the surgery yesterday. Guan Axian looked at the wound on Lin Yi's leg, a little surprised. Yes, my skin fits better, Lin Yi explained. He definitely couldn't tell her that it was because he practiced the art of dragon mastery. Both of them looked a little awkward after the medicine was changed, but it was Guan Axian who smiled generously. You can come back in 3 days. Just come find me. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and ran out of the Department of Surgery's treatment room as if he was fleeing. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the ground floor. What an embarrassing day. Faubert had been waiting for Lin Yi in the car. Lin Yi didn't let him go up just now because he had no problem moving, so Lin Yi didn't want to torment Faubert. Did you change the medicine? Seeing Lin Yi coming out of the hospital, Faubert opened the door and asked. Yes, it's done. Lin Yi nodded. But you still have to come back tomorrow to see how the wound is healing. You can come back the next day. Guan Xian actually wanted Lin Yi to come back the day after tomorrow since she was off work the next day, but she was afraid that Lin Yi's wound would change again. That was why she wanted him to see how it was healing first. Lin Yi remembered the awkwardness of changing the medicine, and he didn't want to do it a second time. It wasn't a good feeling to see but not touch. I've contacted Mr. Chu and told him about what happened yesterday. Faubert started the car and said to Lin Yi. What did Mr. Chu say? Lin Yi asked quickly. Mr. Chu said he'll come back immediately, and we'll talk about it when he gets back. Faubert said. But Mr. Chu said that he has an inkling of who's behind this. Oh. Lin Yi froze. He didn't expect Peng Zhan to be so smart, figuring out who the mastermind was so quickly. It was already past the rush hour, and there were fewer cars on the road. Soon, Faubert drove the car to the entrance of First Middle School. Lin Yi got out of the car and waved at Faubert. Lin Yi carried his backpack and stepped into the school. The field was empty, and there were only a few students playing basketball. Evidently, they were the bad students who didn't go to class normally. Bang! A basketball rolled towards Lin Yi. Hey, kid, throw the basketball over here. A student with long hair and a black shirt shouted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was in a hurry to go to class, so where would he find the time to pick up the ball? Moreover, the basketball didn't just reach Lin Yi's feet, but there was a certain distance between it and Lin Yi's feet. Motherfucker, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Zhou Ruoming was immediately displeased. In this school, was there a student who dared to disobey him? Lin Yi heard Zhou Ruoming's curses, and he couldn't help but frown. Although Lin Yi didn't know who his parents were since he was young, it was still very displeasing to hear such insults. Lin Yi slowly turned around to look at Ruoming, pointing at him before pointing at himself. Were you talking about me? Yes, it's you. Are you fucking deaf? I'll count to 3, throw the ball to me, and we'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll fucking kick you out of this school. Zhou Ruoming looked at Lin Yi's clothes and knew that he was a poor student, so he didn't have any scruples when he spoke. Lin Yi didn't say anything. He walked straight to the direction where the basketball rolled, then he bent down and picked up the basketball. A group of lackeys around Zhou Ruoming cheered. Zhou Ruoming enjoyed the feeling of others kneeling under his feet. This feeling of being the school's overlord made him extremely refreshed. Brother Ming is still the most prestigious. One word, and that kid had to pick up the ball obediently. He was scolded, but he didn't even dare to fart. One of Zhou Ruoming's supporters praised him flatteringly. Humph, he's just a poor student. Zhou Ruoming said proudly, in this school, a person who dares to go against me, Zhou Ruoming, hasn't been born yet. Lin Yi stood up and turned to Zhou Ruoming with the basketball in his arms. Zhou Ruoming made a posture of getting ready to catch the ball, and signaled Lin Yi to throw the basketball over. Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ruoming's flashy look, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly raised his hand, and the basketball flew from his hand to Zhou Ruoming at high speed. Of course, Zhou Ruoming didn't realize that danger was approaching him. He still made a posture of catching the ball with his hands in front of him, ready to catch the basketball thrown by Lin Yi. Bang! The basketball hit Zhou Ruoming's hand. At first, Zhou Ruoming was still complacent about being able to catch the basketball from such a long distance. A group of lackeys around him also cheered and shouted flatteringly, Brother Ming is so handsome. He's simply the new Jordan. Chapter 50. A Murder Caused by a Basketball, Part 1, Ouch. Zhou Ruoming howled in pain. His wrist had been dislocated, and the ball had gone through his hands, heading straight for his face. Bang! Another loud sound. Zhou Ruoming didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground with blood spurting out of his nose. His blood formed a rainbow in the air, a cold beauty to it. Ruoming fainted from the slap, and his lackeys who were playing with him were dumbfounded as well. Was this still a basketball game? It was like a cannonball. Lin Yi looked at the culprit again, as if nothing had happened. He dusted his hands off and continued on his way to the school building. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. Trying to act cool. That's the least I can do. If there's a next time, I'll beat you until you can't even take care of yourself. That kid hit Ming bro. We can't let him get away. Someone called out, and Ruoming's lackeys snapped back to their senses. All of them turned to look at Lin Yi, who wasn't too far away. Lin Yi turned around impatiently when he heard the yell. He swept a cold glance over them, sneered, and continued walking towards the building. Everyone shuddered when Lin Yi's cold gaze swept over them. It was a beautiful wish to avenge Ming bro, but when it came to it. They looked at Zhou Ruoming's deformed wrist, his face covered in blood, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. They all flinched. This was the work of a basketball. With Zhou Ruoming as an example, no one dared to provoke Lin Yi. Who was the dumbest? Even their boss was lying on the ground. What else could they do that was better than Zhou Ruoming? The group of people lowered their heads. The subordinate who had shouted earlier also shut his mouth. Everyone hurriedly carried Zhou Ruoming and rushed to the school hospital. Pinliang didn't go to school today. He called up one of his father's underlings, Heibao Bro. Heibao Bro was part of the underworld in Songshan, and he was in charge of his father's nightclub, Golden Age. Pinliang had asked him to teach Lin Yi a lesson, but Heibao Bro hadn't thought much of it at first. It was just a student, after all. There was no need for him to do it himself. He'd just send a few of his lackeys and they'd be able to take care of it. Pinliang's group couldn't even handle a student, and he was quite disdainful of them. However, he didn't say it out loud because of Pinliang's father. After all, he was the young master of the corporation. Brother Heibao was not stupid. Why would he offend him for no reason? However, he still couldn't let go of his pride to deal with a little cub. Pinliang, however, couldn't take Pinliang's coaxing and pestering, saying that the new transfer student was very strong, and that he was a martial artist. Heibao Bro had no choice but to bring his men to take a look. He'd finally gotten Heibao Bro's help, and Pinliang was filled with joy. Heibao Bro was famous for his fighting prowess. There was once a guy from the provincial mixed martial arts team who got drunk and caused a scene in a nightclub. Many security guards couldn't do anything to him, but Heibao Bro had taken that professional out in just a few rounds. Pinliang couldn't help but be impressed. As far as he was concerned, as long as Heibao Bro was involved, that Lin Yi kid could eat shit today. He wouldn't stop until he made him kneel in front of him and call him Liang Bro. However, Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, and Zhang Naipeo had arrived at school early, and Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen by the time the first class started. Pinliang was starting to panic. Was the kid scared and not coming? Didn't that mean he'd wasted his time looking for Heibao Bro? There was no point in staying in the classroom without Lin Yi. With a wave of his hand, he left the classroom with Gao Xiaofu and Naipeo. Liang Bro, do you think that Lin Yi kid got scared after he went back yesterday? Maybe he pissed us off and decided not to come to school anymore. Xiaofu analyzed. That's a possibility. Pinliang frowned as well. This was what he was worried about the most. No way, he can hide for a while, but can he hide forever? Unless he doesn't want to study here anymore, but he just transferred yesterday. Is he going to quit today? Naipeo was quite troubled as well. Why was Lin Yi not coming to school after just one day? Fuck, it's been a long day. You know, Heibao Bro doesn't have time every day, he has to help my dad look after the place. My dad's gonna skin me alive if he finds out that I asked him to help me fight. Pinliang said worriedly. Man, you're right. If your dad agreed to let you be a gangster and let Heibao bro be your bodyguard, Liang bro, you'd be even better than Zhou Ruoming. That's all because he has a gangster brother to back him up. Xiaofu said. Let's not talk about that. My dad's counting on me to get into a good university. Pinliang sighed. If Lin Yi really didn't come today, then we'd lose a good chance to teach him a lesson. It'd be hard to get another chance like this in the future. Kong Xiaobo's here. Should we get Heibao bro to teach him a lesson? Naipeo was still holding a grudge against Kong Xiaobo for kicking him yesterday. Fuck, you motherfucker, Kong Xiaobo doesn't need Heibao bro to do anything. We'll beat him up with just a few of us. Xiaofu rolled his eyes. Can't you come up with any good ideas? Me? Come up with something good then. Naipeo said, a little pissed off. Alright, you two, stop arguing. Pinliang waved his hand impatiently, finding a step to sit down at the edge of the arena. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Piak. Naipeo quickly took out his lighter and lit it for Pinliang, smiling awkwardly. Looks like Zhou Ruoming's group is playing basketball over there. Liang bro, should we go over and play a bit? Xiaofu said as he pointed at the group playing basketball on the other side of the court. Not interested. Pinliang looked at Zhou Ruoming and the others, shaking his head. If Lin Yi doesn't come soon, then I'll have to call Heibao bro and tell him to come another day. Liang bro. Liang bro. Look, look. Naipeo called out all of a sudden. Fuck, what the fuck are you shouting for? Pinliang was quite taken aback by Naipeo's sudden outburst. He glared at him, not in a good mood. It's not Liang bro, it's Lin Yi. Naipeo stuttered. What do you mean it's not Liang bro, it's Lin Yi? I haven't changed my name yet, fuck, no matter how weak I am, I'll never change my name to Lin Yi. Pinliang said with a frown. Chapter 51. A Basketball Case, Part 2, What? Lin Yi. He's here. Where is he? Pinliang was startled as well, raising his head to look in the direction Naipeo was pointing at. As expected, Lin Yi was walking in leisurely in his school uniform, his bag slung over his shoulder. Fuck, this guy's pretty relaxed. Naipeo wasn't very happy looking at Lin Yi's carefree face. He'd almost gotten a concussion from the guy yesterday, and he still had a bump on his head and a couple of band-aids on his face. Just thinking about it pissed him off. Liang bro, should we go over? Xiaofu said subconsciously. Go over? Why the hell would we go over? You think you can beat him? Pinliang said as he looked at Xiaofu. Did Lin Yi think he was that good at fighting? Wasn't he the same as yesterday? Xiaofu reacted immediately. The three of them had been beaten to a pulp by Lin Yi yesterday, and going over now was just asking for trouble. He shrunk his head and looked at Lin Yi helplessly. Pinliang and the other two were still pissed off when they saw Zhou Ruoming stop Lin Yi and let him pick up the ball. They stared at Lin Yi as if they were watching a good show. Ha, this is great. Someone's going to take care of Lin Yi for us. Xiaofu said as he watched the situation unfold. Zhou Ruoming was a ruthless man, especially with a gangster brother. If Lin Yi were to get into a conflict with him, he wouldn't even need to go after Lin Yi. Zhou Ruoming would be the one to kill him. With Lin Yi's personality, there's no way he'd let him pick up the ball, Naipeo said proudly. Zhou Ruoming's pretty good at fighting, this is going to be a good show. Pinliang, on the other hand, was quite interested in the conflict between Lin Yi and Zhou Ruoming. If it was as Naipeo said, then it'd be nice to let Zhou Ruoming beat up Lin Yi first. Aw. It can't be, right? When did Lin Yi become so weak? Gao Xiaofu's jaw dropped when he saw Lin Yi walk over to pick up the ball. Was this still the same Lin Yi from yesterday? Yesterday's Lin Yi wasn't like this. Could it be his twin brother? This Lin Yi is infuriating. Pin Liang clenched his fists. He's such a pushover. He's so obedient in front of Zhou Ruoming. Is he looking down on me? I swear to kill him. Naipeo and Xiaofu were pissed as well. This was a provocation, a naked provocation. Were they any worse than Zhou Ruoming and the others? While the three of them were still angry, a dramatic scene happened. Lin Yi threw the basketball, and it hit Zhou Ruoming's hand. It went through his hand and hit his face. After that, Zhou Ruoming's nose started bleeding, and he fell to the ground. Fuck, no way. Naipeo's mouth was wide open. I knew Lin Yi wasn't a good person. There's no way he'd be this obedient. Pin Liang let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was pissed that Lin Yi had lowered his head to Zhou Ruoming, and now that he'd seen Zhou Ruoming fall to Lin Yi like he had yesterday, he was finally able to vent his frustration. Zhou Ruoming wasn't even as good as he was yesterday. Zhou Ruoming's really unlucky this time. Fuck, who told him to piss off that Lin Yi kid? He's a fucking lunatic. Xiaofu couldn't help but gloat at Lin Yi's actions on the balcony yesterday. Looks like only Heibao bro can take him on. We're not his match at all. Pin Liang was still a little pissed off yesterday, thinking that Lin Yi had only beaten the three of them because of the element of surprise, but today they realized just how terrifying Lin Yi was. He was super strong, and he'd been able to knock Zhou Ruoming out with a basketball from so far away. That's true. Naipeo nodded in agreement. Looks like we shouldn't mess with this guy, he's a violent maniac. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't know that the guy he'd just hit was Zhou Ruoming, one of the Big Four, but he wouldn't hold back even if he did. Big Four. I'll turn you into a Big Four. Lin Yi came to Class 5's classroom and knocked on the door. Come in. The homeroom teacher, Miss Lu's voice came from inside. It was her math class. Miss Lu, something came up at home. Sorry I'm late. Lin Yi said politely as he pushed the door open. He'd already spoken to the dean, but he didn't want to use that relationship to pressure the teacher. After all, he still had to work under the teacher in the future. Miss Lu had already received the dean's instructions this morning, so she didn't say anything. She only nodded. All right, come in. Lin Yi walked into the classroom obediently and went back to his seat. Yushu looked at Lin Yi, shocked. She turned to Meng Yao. Yao Yao, why do I feel like he's not hurt? His leg was shot. How can he walk so fast? Who knows? Meng Yao glanced at Lin Yi and curled her lips. Maybe he's just happy with his love life. Meng Yao didn't know why, but she remembered the scene between Ling Shan and Lin Yi in the hospital yesterday. Ling Shan, that little vixen, I thought she was all high and mighty. Yushu said angrily as she recalled the scene yesterday. She was even more upset that her brother would like a woman like that. Although, in Yushu's eyes, Lin Yi was still passable, he was a handsome and capable man. But he couldn't compare to her brother. She couldn't let go of the fact that Ling Shan liked Lin Yi. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't know that the two girls in front of him were talking about him. Lin Yi took out his math textbook and flipped to the page where the teacher was revising. He listened to the class quietly. All the classes had ended, and the only thing he had to do now was to revise what he'd learned in the past. Although Lin Yi hadn't gone to school, he had studied high school and university courses under old Lin's supervision. He didn't feel tired at all when listening to Miss Lu. Lin Yi wasn't some kind of prodigy, but his memory was better than most people's. Plus, the internet was so advanced that all sorts of materials and courses could be downloaded. It wasn't hard for him to study on his own. Looking at Pin Liang, Xiaofu, and Naipeo's seats, Lin Yi realized that they weren't in the classroom. Could it be that they were too heavily injured and couldn't come? But Lin Yi didn't care if they lived or died. Let them be. It was better if they didn't come if they wanted to. It'd be better if they didn't come. Chapter 52. Hey Bao Bro. The class was halfway through by the time Lin Yi entered the classroom. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Miss Lu left after assigning the homework. Kong Xiaobo turned around to look at Lin Yi, a little grumpy. I say, boss, you scared me. I thought you weren't coming today. What? Scared that Pinliang and the other two would come after you. They didn't come either, did they? Lin Yi smiled. It was true that Kong Xiaobo wouldn't be able to handle Pinliang's group alone. It was normal for him to be worried. Why didn't they come? They came this morning, and Zhang Naipeo still had a band-aid on his face. Kong Xiaobo said. But I don't know why, but they left after one round. Did they leave because you weren't here? Oh. They're here. This was out of Lin Yi's expectations, but whether they came or not didn't matter to Lin Yi. Let them be. That's true. They're no match for you, boss, but I'm afraid they'll find someone to help them. Kong Xiaobo said worriedly. Find someone? What do you mean? Lin Yi didn't understand Kong Xiaobo's words. If they can't beat them themselves, they'll find someone from the underworld to help them. Kong Xiaobo explained. You have to be careful, boss. They have connections with people from the underworld. Lin Yi frowned. As far as he was concerned, Pinliang was still a student, no matter how cocky he was. His way of dealing with people was limited to the school's way of doing things. He didn't expect Kong Xiaobo to be saying that these people had connections with people from the underworld, and that they'd need help if they couldn't beat them. Of course. One of the big four, Heartwarming, has a brother in the underworld. Kong Xiaobo said, last time when he fought with the boss of number 2 middle school, he asked his brother to come. Oh, his older brother was bare-chested, very tough, and had tattoos on his body. His underlings were all holding steel pipes and knives in their hands. Before the fight even started, the boss of second high was already scared shitless, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The more Lin Yi listened, the more he frowned. He didn't expect these students to be so arrogant. This was somewhat beyond his expectations. Was his lesson yesterday too light? Let's go to the bathroom. Let's talk on the way, Kong Xiaobo said to Lin Yi as he stood up. He and Lin Yi were sitting at the back of the class, so he waited until almost everyone had left before he stood up and walked out of the classroom. What's the content of our school's break? Lin Yi asked. Pinliang had called him to the washroom yesterday, so he didn't participate. You didn't go yesterday. Oh, I don't think I saw you yesterday. Kong Xiaobo said after some thought. It's a set of radio sports the school created. It's easy, you can learn it in one go. There's a PE teacher leading the way. Kong Xiaobo and Lin Yi quickly went to their seats after leaving the classroom. Kong Xiaobo was tall, so he stood at the back. Lin Yi wasn't short either, so he stood beside him. Pinliang finally arrived at the school gates, waiting for Hey Bao Bro. A bald, burly man jumped out of a white Nissan van. Behind him were two thugs of similar size. Master Zhong. This bald man was Hey Bao Bro, Pinliang nodded, turning to his underlings. Hurry up and greet Hey Bao Bro. Hey Bao Bro. Naipeo and Xiaofu greeted. Master Zhong, where's the guy? I'll take care of him right now so I can get back to the place. If the boss finds out I'm helping you fight, I'll be crippled. The boss Hey Bao Bro was talking about was naturally Pinliang's father. Hey Bao Bro knew that the boss didn't like Pinliang causing trouble, so he'd waited for a long time before coming over. He's inside, in the middle of the break. Pinliang said. Hey Bao Bro nodded, his cigarette dangling from his lips as he walked into the school. He was stopped by the old guard when he reached the gates. Hey, what are you doing here? This is a school, you can't just come in. Hey Bao Bro looked back at the old man in disdain, blowing a ring of smoke at the old man's face. Stay here if you don't want to die, you old bastard. The old man looked at Hey Bao Bro and shrunk his head. These gangsters weren't people an old man like him could mess with, so he pretended not to see anything and let them in. The school was in the middle of a break anyway, and the teachers would kick them out if they saw them. The whole school was in the middle of a break when 6 extremely discordant figures walked in from the school gates. 3 of them were alright, with Pin Liang, Nei Peo, and Xiaofu looking more like students, but Hey Bao Bro and the others behind them didn't look like good people at all. Hey Bao Bro walked in without a care in the world, not caring about the looks people gave him. Where? Hey Bao Bro asked. Over there, that's our class. Lin Yi must be coming out to break as well. Pin Liang couldn't see clearly from afar, but he could tell that Lin Yi was coming out to break as well. Boss, it's Pin Liang's group. They've brought help. Kong Xiaobo Bro spotted them right away because they were too obvious a target. Lin Yi had already spotted Pin Liang's group before Kong Xiaobo could even speak. After all, they were in the middle of the school, and the whole school could see them. It wasn't long before Pin Liang and Hey Bao Bro arrived at the front of the 12th grade's class 5, and Pin Liang immediately spotted Lin Yi at the back of the class. Pin Liang pointed at Lin Yi before turning to Hey Bao Bro. That's him, the one at the back of the line, the one in the uniform. Hey Bao Bro nodded and quickly walked over to Lin Yi. From afar, Lin Yi looked like a normal guy, tall and skinny. He didn't look like a fighter at all, and Hey Bao Bro was quite puzzled. Was a guy like that really worth fighting? Did he really need to do it himself? Other than his good looks, Hey Bao Bro didn't see any good points in Lin Yi. He just looked like a poor student no matter how he looked at him. He didn't look like he could fight at all. But since the young master had given him the order, Hey Bao Bro decided to end the fight as soon as possible so he could return to the nightclub. You're Lin Yi. Hey Bao Bro walked up to Lin Yi, biting on his cigarette as he looked at Lin Yi from the corner of his eyes. Yes. Lin Yi replied faintly. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Hey Bao Bro didn't look friendly at Lin Yi's arrogance. Chapter 53. It was a sensational fight. Part 2, Fuck. You're pretty fucking cocky, huh? Hey Bao Bro was infuriated by the tone Lin Yi was talking to him. He reached out to grab Lin Yi by the collar. Lin Yi reached out with his left hand and grabbed Hey Bao Bro's right hand, using his right hand to pinch Hey Bao's cheeks. With a flick of his hand, the cigarette in his mouth was sent flying into his mouth. Ouch! Hey Bao Bro howled as the cigarette went down his throat, burning a huge blister. Lin Yi's left hand pushed the panicking Hey Bao Bro to the side. Hey Bao Bro's mouth was wide open as he fanned himself with his hands, panting like a puppy with its tongue out to cool down. Zhou Ruoming lay in the school hospital for half a day, getting massaged before finally waking up. After putting a band-aid on his nose, he was helped out by his subordinates. Even then, his head was still ringing. What the fuck, which class is that kid from? Zhou Ruoming said hatefully. Find him. I'll beat him up so bad his mother won't recognize him. We don't know either. Zhou Ruoming's men didn't know which class Lin Yi was from either. There were too many normal students in school uniforms like this, and they wouldn't attract any attention at all. Fuck, it's got to be someone from our school, that's for sure. You guys go look for him, class by class after class. Beat him to death when you find him. Ruoming said fiercely. Don't worry, Ming bro. The underlings quickly responded. Although they were shocked by Lin Yi's skills earlier, there was no need to be afraid of him now that there were so many of them. The group walked out of the school hospital to find the students in the middle of the day. One of Zhou Ruoming's men saw Pin Liang and Hey Bao Bro walking in, pointing at them. Ming bro, look. Isn't that Pin Liang's group? They don't look like students from our school. Oh. Zhou Ruoming raised his head and looked in the direction his man pointed. Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, and Zhang Naipeo walked into the school with their heads held high, followed by 3 bulky men. Ruoming recognized the shirtless man in the lead, the one with the tattoos all over his body. It was Heibao Bro, one of the more famous people in the underworld. Ruoming's brother had drunk with him before, and Heibao Bro had brought Ruoming along as well, so Ruoming had an impression of him. That's Heibao Bro, he's very famous in the underworld. He's famous for his fighting prowess. I wonder why Pinliang found him. Could it be that he wants to deal with our school students? One of Zhou Ruoming's men guessed. I don't know, but isn't that a bit overboard? Why would he need Heibao Bro to deal with our school students? Zhou Ruoming shook his head. He didn't know what Pinliang was planning. Zhou Ruoming and his men sat on a bench in the schoolyard, watching the situation unfold. Ruoming was very curious as to who it was that made Pinliang go to such lengths to get so many people to deal with him. All of a sudden, Ruoming remembered seeing Pinliang's group beaten black and blue last night. He'd asked Pinliang what was wrong, but Pinliang didn't say anything. Could it be that he'd been beaten up by someone, and was here to take revenge? Zhou Ruoming found it more and more plausible. He couldn't help but find it funny. Pinliang was getting more and more screwed up, getting beaten up by his school students, and even asking people from the underworld to take care of it. What was even funnier was that this fellow actually said that they were playing around and fighting. Ming Bro, why does that guy look so familiar? One of Zhou Ruoming's men pointed at Heibao Bro, *. Isn't that the guy who hit Ming Bro with a basketball? Another man recognized Lin Yi immediately. Zhou Ruoming looked at him. It really was the guy who hit him with the basketball this morning. Ming Bro, what do we do now? Zhou Ruoming's men were getting ready to take credit. Don't do anything. I think this guy pissed off Pinliang. If that's the case, let Heibao Bro take care of him. We're not in a rush. Zhou Ruoming said faintly. Zhou Ruoming's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Pinliang wasn't as good of a fighter as Lin Yi, but his 2 underlings, Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu, were no pushovers either. Lin Yi wasn't an easy opponent to deal with, and the fact that he'd called for help from the underworld meant that Lin Yi wasn't a simple character. He'd thought it was a coincidence that he got hit with the basketball, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. If Lin Yi didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, there was no way he'd get Heibao Bro involved. As a result, Zhou Ruoming wasn't in a hurry to cause trouble for Lin Yi. With Heibao Bro around, he'd let Heibao Bro take care of the kid first. What happened next, however, stunned Zhou Ruoming and the others. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw Heibao Bro howling and stomping on the ground, covering his mouth. Heibao Bro had never been taken advantage of like this before. He'd fallen for a student's trick. His lungs were about to explode, and he ignored the pain in his throat as he swung his fist at Lin Yi with bloodshot eyes. Lin Yi could tell that Heibao Bro was one of those men who trained in horizontal kung fu. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of him, though. Even old Lin would hit him with a metal rod, let alone his fists. Lin Yi, however, didn't want to show off too much in school. After all, getting hit by a fist like that and still being fine was bound to attract attention. As a result, Lin Yi dodged quickly, and Heibao Bro's fist missed. Lin Yi moved behind Heibao Bro in a flash, and Lin Yi raised his leg, aiming for Heibao Bro's butt. Of course, this was the same move Lin Yi had used on Pinliang before entering school. Lin Yi wanted to use this simple move to defeat the man in front of him, and so he acted more like a street thug, without any technique. Lin Yi didn't want to expose his kung fu in public, since old Lin had taught him to focus on assassination. Lin Yi didn't want too many people to know his background, and so he used brute force. Heibao Bro was a lot heavier than Pinliang, but Lin Yi's kick could even leave a hole in a car, let alone Heibao Bro. But Lin Yi didn't want to be accused of injuring and crippling someone in public. A lesson was enough. He didn't want Heibao Bro's pelvis to explode, crippling him for the rest of his life. Chapter 54. It was a sensational fight, in progress. Pinliang, Xiaofu, Neipeo, and Heibao Bro's lackeys were all stunned as Heibao Bro fell to the ground. Even more stunned were Zhou Ruoming's men. Zhou Ruoming couldn't believe what he was seeing. Heibao Bro was knocked out just like that. Others might not know how strong Heibao Bro was, but Zhou Ruoming knew that he was a fighter, one that even his own big brother wasn't a match for. Yet Lin Yi had taken down a tough guy like him with ease, without even breaking a sweat. Fuck, that worked. One of Zhou Ruoming's lackeys' eyes went wide. That kid's just lucky, isn't he? That lucky. Zhou Ruoming shook his head. He wasn't an idiot, and in fact, he was one of the more intelligent ones. He didn't think that Lin Yi had gotten lucky to beat Heibao Bro. Who was Heibao Bro? He was a guy who fought like he ate. He'd been on the battlefield all these years, there was no way he'd get knocked out by luck. He'd be dead a long time ago. Strength was strength, and Zhou Ruoming understood that the basketball he'd taken this morning wasn't for nothing. Heibao Bro was in a much worse state than he was, and from the looks of it, he wasn't afraid anymore. As expected, Lin Yi wasn't planning on taking Heibao Bro's life, but he wasn't going to let him go that easily. The kick didn't cause the pelvis to explode, but the bones were definitely fractured. Heibao Bro would be in the hospital for a month or so. Heibao Bro. Heibao Bro's lackeys weren't expecting Lin Yi to be this troublesome, taking down their boss in one go. Their eyes reddened as they charged towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was getting impatient. Today was his first day in class, and he'd been planning on learning from it. But these guys were messing with his plans. Kill him for me. Brother Heibao struggled a few times, but he could no longer endure the pain in his lower body. He gritted his teeth, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It had been many years since he had suffered such a loss. Now, he had suffered such a great loss at the hands of a student. This was something he could not tolerate. Today, it was either you die or I live. If he allowed Lin Yi to continue being so carefree, then he, Brother Black Panther, wouldn't be able to mingle anymore. Brother Heibao's hysteria finally enraged Lin Yi. He didn't want to do anything to Brother Heibao, but this guy didn't know what was good for him and even wanted to kill him. Lin Yi frowned and stepped on Brother Heibao's cheek. Crack! Brother Heibao screamed as his jaw shifted. Lin Yi's action scared the hell out of Brother Heibao's two underlings. These two were Brother Heibao's newly recruited subordinates. They hadn't participated in any fights before. Today, Brother Heibao brought them here to broaden their horizons and boost their courage. After all, beating up a defenseless student was the only way to cultivate the thrill of violence in these two men. But now, the situation was the exact opposite. The one who was beaten to a pulp was indeed Brother Heibao. This was a godlike existence in the eyes of these two underlings. Lin Yi's violence made the two men's legs go soft. So, being a gangster was not easy. There was always the danger of being crippled. It was not as glorious as they had imagined. Today, a student could beat Brother Heibao to a pulp. Tomorrow, he would meet someone even more ruthless. The two men didn't dare to think about it. At this moment, the two men had the intention to retreat. They were afraid that Lin Yi would vent his anger on them, so they subconsciously shrank back. Fuck your mother. No one will live today. Brother Heibao suddenly stretched out his right hand and pulled out a pitch-black counterfeit handgun from his pocket. He pointed it at Lin Yi. Counterfeit handguns were commonly known as shotguns. They were handguns that were not processed by a regular arsenal. They were processed by some small black workshops and sold in the black market. Their accuracy and safety were much worse than regular handguns. However, they were still very popular among the gangsters. After all, with such a gun on their body, they could take it out at a critical moment. Who would dare to act rashly without thinking? Brother Haibao had brought this handgun with him just in case. He never imagined that he would pull it out in this situation, a school, the most unlikely place to take it out. The conflict on Lin Yi's side had already attracted the school's attention, and a couple of the PE teachers were planning to kick Haibao Bro's group out of the school. After all, assaulting a student in broad daylight under the eyes of the teachers was a disrespect to the teachers. Especially the tall and burly PE teachers, they were eager to give it a try. What the hell is going on? Wang Jifeng, who had rushed to the scene, saw the teachers talking amongst themselves, and hurried over to ask. Mr. Wang, I think it's 12th grade class 5's Pinliang. He brought a few thugs to the school to wreak havoc. Zhang Xiaohua from the sports team said. He was in charge of 12th grade class 5, so he knew Pinliang. Zhang Xiaohua hated this rich second generation who didn't study and only knew how to fight and wreak havoc every day, but there was nothing he could do about it. Now that he was able to snitch on Pinliang in front of Jifeng, he felt great. Pinliang. Wang Jifeng frowned as he raised his head to look at the group of gangsters not far away. Just then, the situation changed. Haibao Bro was kicked to the ground by Lin Yi, and his head fell to the ground. Wang Jifeng, too, saw the person who kicked Haibao Bro. His mouth twitched. Why was this guy here? At first, Wang Jifeng thought that Lin Yi was quite polite. He might have been introduced by the shareholder Pingzhan, but he didn't look like a rich kid at all. He was wearing a clean school uniform, and he gave off a sunny vibe. But now, the truth was that he couldn't afford to offend Lin Yi. Putting aside the fact that he had Pingzhan backing him up, he'd be in big trouble if Lin Yi were to leak the information out of Pingzhan's mouth. You guys from the PE team, go take a look. Don't hurt our students. Wang Jifeng ordered the PE teachers, his words containing his own meaning. You can do whatever you want to the members of the society, but you have to protect the students of your own school. The PE teachers, of course, understood the meaning behind Wang Jifeng's words. Although Lin Yi had the upper hand now, they had to go over and continue to carry it forward. Chapter 55. It was a sensational fight. Part 2. Guns. They're armed. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at Haibao Bro in shock. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, the other teachers also looked at Brother Haibao. Wasn't that right? Haibao Bro had a gun in his hand, and he was pointing it at Lin Yi. Don't go. Call the police. Wang Jifeng immediately felt that things were not looking good. This was no longer something that the school could control. He did not expect Brother Haibao and the others to dare pull out a gun in the school grounds. If things turned out to be a disaster, it was not something that a mere dean like him could handle. The principal would probably be implicated as well. What Lin Yi didn't expect was for Haibao Bro to pull out his gun in desperation, not only refusing to back down. Aren't you fucking cocky, you bastard? You cocky bastard. Look at what I've got in my hand. You've never seen this before, have you? Haibao Bro was hurting all over, but he was enjoying the feeling of looking down on others. Isn't it just a gun? Lin Yi said faintly as he looked at Haibao Bro. Haibao Bro's lungs were about to explode at Lin Yi's words. What did he mean, isn't it just a gun? Did he think that gun was a toy? Haibao Bro was pissed off. He knew that Lin Yi would be dead as soon as he moved his hand, but he liked seeing Lin Yi piss his pants in fear even more. That's right, it's a gun. Die, kid. Haibao Bro's eyes were filled with hatred and violence. Bang! The sound of a gunshot pierced through the air above the school grounds, and all the teachers and students were stunned. They hadn't expected someone to open fire in the school grounds, and the ones who were the most nervous were the six. Meng Yao gripped Yushu's hand tightly, her palms already soaked in sweat. Her heart skipped a beat the moment Heibao Bro pulled out his gun, as if she'd lost her bearings. In the bank, when Lin Yi stood up to face the muzzle, she didn't feel this way, but now, this feeling was unusually strong. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't help but pray that Lin Yi would be fine. Yushu, on the other hand, was panicking. Everything that was happening was completely out of her imagination. She didn't think that Zhong Pingliang would do something so extreme, sending people to kill Lin Yi. Pingliang didn't expect Heibao Bro to pull out a gun in school. At the end of the day, he was still a student, and all he wanted was to teach Lin Yi a lesson, not to kill Lin Yi. Heibao Bro had shot Lin Yi in front of everyone, and he couldn't get away with it. Kong Xiaobo looked at Lin Yi worriedly as well, but his legs didn't listen to him as he stared at the muzzle of the gun. He wanted to say something, but his legs didn't listen to him anymore. He couldn't take a step forward. Of course, Jifeng was the most worried. He never would have thought that Pingliang's men would be this cocky, using guns in school grounds, and even firing a gun. Ah! Heibao Bro let out a heart-wrenching wail. All the fingers on his right hand were gone, and only half of his palm was left. It was a ghastly sight. The gun had exploded. Of course, this wasn't a coincidence. No matter how bad a counterfeit gun was, it wouldn't explode that easily. But before Heibao Bro could fire, Lin Yi stepped on the gun's barrel, changing its shape. But it all happened in the blink of an eye, and even Heibao Bro didn't notice it. He didn't even look at the gun after it was stepped on by Lin Yi. He raised his hand and fired at Lin Yi. That wasn't the end. Lin Yi decided to go all the way and stomped on Heibao Bro's other hand and legs. The crisp sound of bones breaking accompanied Heibao Bro's cries, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Pingliang, on the other hand, was scared witless. He hid behind the basketball hoop with Xiaofu and Naipeo, not daring to come any closer. Zhou Ruoming, on the other hand, couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. The moment Heibao Bro pulled out his gun, he'd panicked a little. His brother was a gangster, but he'd never touched a real gun before. Ming Bro, he has a gun. Zhou Ruoming's lackey pointed at Heibao Bro with his mouth wide open. I have eyes, I can see it myself. Zhou Ruoming held his breath as he glared at his lackey. He didn't want to be interrupted at a critical moment like this. Zhou Ruoming felt like he was in a movie, and he didn't have the same uneasiness as Pingliang. Whether or not Lin Yi died, he could just be a bystander and watch the show. Gunshots, howls. But instead of seeing Lin Yi lying in a pool of blood, Zhou Ruoming saw Heibao Bro howling like a madman with only half a palm left. Fuck, no way. Ming Bro, I think the gun exploded. Zhou Ruoming's lackey's eyes were wide open. Don't mess with this kid anymore. Zhou Ruoming felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Lin Yi step on Heibao Bro. This kid's a fucking lunatic. Zhou Ruoming didn't want to say that in front of his lackey, but he had to. He didn't want his lackey to mess with this violent maniac, and that would only bring more trouble to himself. Zhou Ruoming knew his own limitations. Even Heibao Bro wasn't a match for Lin Yi, and he'd only end up as an appetizer. But, to cover up his embarrassment, Zhou Ruoming added, this kid's a fucking lunatic. What he was trying to say was that Lin Yi was a lunatic, and normal people couldn't compare to a lunatic. That way, he could save his face. In actuality, Zhou Ruoming didn't even need to explain to his lackeys. His lackeys were already scared out of their wits. They didn't have the guts to mess with someone who could beat up a gangster like Heibao Bro. This guy's only good at acting. Meng Yao let out a breath of relief when she saw that Lin Yi was fine, but she still put on a cold face. She wanted to say that he was acting, but didn't think it was a proper word. The words came out as acting. I told you, this shield bro's a badass. Yushu let out a breath of relief as well, her smile returning to her face as she said to Meng Yao. Chapter 56. It was self-defense. Ouch. Heibao Bro's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Kong Xiaobo didn't seem to be satisfied with that, as he gave him another kick. This time, Heibao Bro fainted. Lin Yi shook his head at Kong Xiaobo. That was one of the more vulnerable parts of the human body, and continuous blows could be fatal. Lin Yi might have looked cruel, but he hadn't hit Heibao Bro anywhere near fatal. Lin Yi didn't want this guy he'd just met at school to end up in jail for murder, after all. Stop, he won't be able to take it anymore. Ah. Kong Xiaobo woke up from his hot-bloodedness after hearing Lin Yi's words. He looked at the unconscious Heibao Bro in disbelief. Xiaobo's personality had always leaned towards the cowardly side, and he'd never really gotten into a fight since high school, but in his heart, he was looking forward to a good fight. After all, it was a shame that he'd never gotten into a fight before as a man. But today, he'd done it. The excitement he'd felt just now was too much for him to contain. An ear-piercing siren sounded. Several police cars drove into the first high school with their lights flashing and sirens blaring. Ling Shan was quite troubled. Why did so many things happen in Songshan when Captain Yang wasn't home? First the bank robbery, and now a gun-wielding Communist Party member in a school. Ling Shan didn't dare be negligent when she heard that it was a gun-wielding Communist Party member. This was a major criminal case. Ling Shan ordered her fully armed men to get ready as soon as they entered the school, and they rushed to the scene of the crime. People in front, listen up. You've been surrounded. Please put down your weapons and fight for leniency. The police officers started yelling under Ling Shan's orders. Lin Yi frowned. Why were the police here? Who'd called the cops? Lin Yi didn't want to make things too big. Subconsciously, Lin Yi didn't want to see that chick Song again. After yesterday's embarrassing incident, anyone would be too embarrassed to see her again. Lin Yi raised his head helplessly to see Ling Shan looking at him with a worried face. Lin Yi sighed and smiled at Ling Shan. Since he couldn't hide, he might as well be honest with her. Seeing Lin Yi here, Ling Shan's heart skipped a beat. Her face reddened, and her expression darkened. She didn't think that the culprit would be Lin Yi. She looked at the person lying on the ground at his feet, not knowing if he was dead or alive, and the fearful gazes of the people around him. Ling Shan subconsciously thought that Lin Yi was the culprit. Don't move. Hands up. Ling Shan pulled out her gun and pointed it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was surprised to see Ling Shan pointing a gun at him. Was this girl trying to take revenge on him? After some hesitation, Lin Yi raised his hand. He was confident that he'd be able to dodge Ling Shan's gun and subdue her at this distance, but wasn't there a bunch of police officers with guns nearby? If they thought that he was trying to attack the police, it'd be troublesome. Take them away. Ling Shan pointed at Lin Yi and the others. Police auntie, Lin Yi was defending himself. These are the people looking for trouble. Kong Xiaobo panicked when he saw that the police were going to take Lin Yi away. He didn't care about the black muzzles anymore. He wanted to run up and explain. Ling Shan wasn't expecting someone to speak up for Lin Yi in a situation like this, but the word self-defense reminded her of yesterday's scene. That was a profound language. Two completely different words, but the same pronunciation. Ling Shan's eyes lit up. And so, Ling Shan's face turned cold again. We'll investigate the real situation. Take them away. Lin Yi smiled gratefully at Kong Xiaobo. He said softly, this girl has a grudge against me. She's trying to mess with me. It's fine. Kong Xiaobo paused. He didn't think that Lin Yi would have a grudge against Ling Shan. He was about to say something when Ling Shan walked over herself. Her eyes were wide and angry. Evidently, she'd heard what Lin Yi said. Ling Shan hated people who used their position for personal gain. She was furious when she heard Lin Yi say that she was using her position to mess with him. If she wanted to mess with him, would she have let him go yesterday? At the thought, a wave of anger rose up in her, and Ling Shan was starting to lose her mind. She grabbed Lin Yi's shoulder and said coldly, "What are you mumbling about? Are you colluding with me? We'll talk when we get to the police station." Lin Yi curled his lips at Kong Xiaobo. "See, it's just like I said. This girl is obviously here for me." Ling Shan really wanted to kick Lin Yi's ass, but she held it in. She didn't want to lose her job because of Lin Yi. At that moment, Wang Jifeng rushed over, sweating profusely. The principal, Ding Binggong, came with him. He was in his office planning the school's bright future. This year, the board of directors had allocated a large sum of money to the school. Ding Binggong planned to use this money to upgrade the school's facilities and apply for the National Model High School selection. Ding Binggong was quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the principal of a school like this. The board of directors valued ability, and everything else was secondary. If the school didn't develop, then he'd step down. As a result, the school's rapid development couldn't be separated from Ding Binggong's efforts. The sound of an explosion passed through the window. Ding Binggong couldn't help but frown. Didn't he say it many times? Setting off firecrackers in school was forbidden. Ding Binggong sighed. The rich kids in school had always been a thorn in his side. It was fine if they didn't study, but if they didn't disturb others, then Ding Binggong would thank the heavens and earth. But a while ago, there was an incident of students setting off firecrackers in school. It pissed Ding Binggong off, and he swore that he'd expel these delinquent students for ignoring school rules. But after some investigation, Ding Binggong couldn't help but feel discouraged. The one who set off the firecrackers was 12th grade class 5's Pin Liang, and the one who egged him on was his classmate, Yu Shu. If Pin Liang's background wasn't enough to shake Ding Binggong's resolve, then Yu Shu. This miss. Ding Binggong really didn't dare do anything to her. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Yu Shu's glorious history. She'd been bored out of her mind, so she told Pin Liang that Meng Yao wanted to hear the firecrackers go off. Pin Liang had brought Xiaofu and Naipeo to the fireworks market, returning with a couple of workers half an hour later with a 5 million sounding firecracker. And so, the originally quiet firecracker field exploded into a cacophony of explosions. Classes couldn't be held at school, and the students couldn't hear what the teachers were saying. They were all gathered around the windows, looking at Pin Liang and the others standing not far from the firecrackers with a smug look on their faces. They were laughing, that's 5 million firecrackers. The firecrackers continued to go off for the entire morning, and the school's teachers didn't dare to get close due to the power of the great god cannon. Left with no other choice, Ding Binggong could only ask for help from the fire department. The fire department drove a fire truck and used high-pressure water cannons to extinguish the ringing great god cannon. Only then did the farce end. The negative impact of the incident wasn't too big, since the school hadn't suffered any losses, and no students had been hurt. Ding Binggong quickly covered it up, and the board of directors didn't pay much attention to it. But you can't do this again and again, can you? Ding Binggong was truly pissed off this time. He stood up and walked to the window, pulling the blinds open to look at the firecracker field. What he saw shocked him. It wasn't that easy to notice a firecracker in a big firecracker field, but no one was doing it anymore. The students had spread out in a circle, and Ding Binggong saw a couple of burly gangsters in the center of the circle, as well as Pin Liang's group and a student in a school uniform. Ding Binggong's face twitched, and he almost lost his grip on the windowsill and fell. Those weren't firecrackers. They were gunshots. Ding Binggong's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he saw what Heibao Bro was holding. He only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that the injured person wasn't a student. He didn't have time to think about it anymore as he picked up his phone and ran out of the office, a terrorist armed with a gun in a school. If this matter were to get out of hand, he definitely wouldn't be able to take responsibility for it. Forget about applying for the exemplary high school, even he, Ding Bing Gong, would have to pack up and leave. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any casualties, so Ding Bing Gong was a little relieved. When he went downstairs, he ran into Wang Jifeng, who was rushing up to him. "Headmaster, bad news. Something big has happened. I've seen it. What's the situation now?" Ding Bing Gong waved his hand, stopping Jifeng from speaking any more nonsense and directly asking him to explain the situation. "It seems like Pin Liang hired some gangsters to cause trouble for a student named Lin Yi, but Lin Yi beat them up. He's fine." Wang Jifeng introduced concisely. Lin Yi. The name sounded familiar to Bing Gong. "It's the student that Director Chu recommended," Wang Jifeng reminded. "Ah, it's him." Ding Bing Gong's heart skipped a beat. Thank goodness Lin Yi was fine, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ding Bing Gong calmed down after hearing Jifeng's explanation. Gangsters deserved to be beaten to death, as long as the student was fine. The two quickly made their way to the police station, only to see Ling Shan escorting Lin Yi into a police cruiser. Someone of Ding Bing Gong's position, of course, recognized Ling Shan. He walked up to her with a smile. "Captain Song, why are you taking my student away?" Ding Bing Gong wasn't afraid of Ling Shan, but if Lin Yi was taken away, it'd affect the school greatly. That was why he was smiling. Especially since Lin Yi was someone Peng Zhan had recommended. Bing Gong had to be even more cautious. "Headmaster Ding, he's suspected of being involved in a violent fight. We're taking him back to assist in the investigation," Ling Shan said coldly. Bing Gong's face darkened at Ling Shan's lack of respect. "Captain Song, I'm quite close with your captain. Should I give him a call?" "Sure, but the captain's on a plane right now. He probably won't be able to pick up your call," Ling Shan said as she pushed Lin Yi into the police cruiser. Ding Bing Gong was infuriated. He was a man of status in Songshan, and he'd interacted with many big leaders, let alone Ling Shan. Which family didn't have a child in school? His school, especially, was a private one. It wasn't managed by the city, and answered directly to the board of directors. There were all sorts of people who needed Bing Gong's help, but this Ling Shan didn't give him any face at all. Bing Gong dialed Huaijuan's number straight away, but all he got was the cold tone of the phone being turned off. It seemed that Ling Shan hadn't lied to him. Huaijuan would only turn off his phone if he had no other choice, otherwise his phone would be open 24 hours a day. Huaijuan was on the plane back to Songshan early in the morning. He'd been invited by a friend in the police force to help solve a case, but he hadn't expected a bank robbery to happen in Songshan a day after he'd left. He had no choice but to book a morning ticket and rush back to Songshan without stopping. Heibao Bro's two underlings were brought into the police cruiser as well. Pin Liang and the others, naturally, escaped, while Heibao Bro was sent to the hospital. "Lin Yi, you're quite something, aren't you? You just got shot yesterday, and you're in a gunfight today," Ling Shan said, annoyed at the nonchalant look on Lin Yi's face. Most people would be dejected when they were brought into a police cruiser, but this Lin Yi didn't seem to care at all. Lin Yi rolled his eyes as he looked at Ling Shan before turning his eyes elsewhere. He had to admit that she was very pretty, especially when she was in uniform. It was enough to make Lin Yi's imagination run wild. "What's with that attitude? I'm asking you a question," Ling Shan said, getting even angrier at the fact that Lin Yi wasn't paying attention to her. People used to say that women with big boobs were brainless, but I didn't believe them. But now, I believe you. Lin Yi raised his head, his eyes scanning Ling Shan's body a few times. "What do you mean?" Ling Shan said, uncomfortable under Lin Yi's gaze. "Who are you calling brainless?" "Who knows?" Lin Yi curled his lips. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would be able to tell that it was those people who came to the school to cause trouble, and I was just acting out of self-defense. You, on the other hand, arrested me. Of course, Ling Shan knew what Lin Yi was talking about. But, no matter what, Lin Yi had heavily injured that Heibao bro, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. It wasn't wrong of her to ask Lin Yi for an investigation. Chapter 58. It's him will only know what you did after the investigation. What I see right now is that you beat up that Heibao bro, and he's in the hospital, but you're fine. Ling Shan humphed coldly. So whether it was self-defense or intentional injury, we'll only know after the investigation. Whatever you want. Lin Yi knew that Ling Shan didn't like him, and wanted to use her identity as a police officer to lecture him. Both of them knew what kind of person Heibao bro was, and Ling Shan knew that this was most likely because of what happened yesterday. Ling Shan hadn't thought that she'd be doing something like this one day, but thinking about it, it wasn't really. At the very least, it was a fact that Lin Yi had injured Heibao bro, and it wasn't wrong for her to lecture him. The police car was the type that had a front and rear compartment, and only Lin Yi and Ling Shan were in the back. The driver couldn't hear their conversation from the front, and that was why Lin Yi was more open with his words, even daring to say things like big boobs and no brains. Lin Yi turned his head away and ignored her, and Ling Shan felt bored as well. Fortunately, her phone rang at that moment, and Ling Shan picked it up. Song, it's Yang Huijuan. Huijuan's voice sounded from the other side. Captain Yang, you're back in Songshan. Ling Shan let out a sigh of relief when she received Huijuan's call. She hadn't found a single clue on the bank robbery case after an entire night of interrogations, and her heart was burning with anxiety. Now that Huijuan was back, she could finally relax. Yeah, I just got back. I'm on my way back to the station. Are you alright? Huijuan asked. Heibao bro, a member of the Communist Party, went to Songshan's first school with a gun. I just went to deal with it. Ling Shan reported honestly. What? Heibao bro went to school with a gun. Huijuan jumped in fright at the news, not expecting so many things to happen in Songshan in just a day. Not much, but Heibao bro was heavily injured by a student, and he's in the hospital. I've brought the student back to the police station for further investigation. Ling Shan couldn't help but glare at Lin Yi. Alright, we'll talk about it when I get back. Huijuan said with a sigh of relief. The police car roared all the way to the Songshan police station, and Ling Shan personally escorted Lin Yi out of the car. The other two underlings of Heibao bro were escorted out by other officers. At the same time, another police car drove into the yard, and Ling Shan's eyes lit up when she saw the license plate. It was Captain Yang Huijuan's car. As expected, a tall, tan man jumped out of the car and walked quickly towards the police office. It was Yang Huijuan, the captain of the city's criminal investigation team. Lin Yi saw Huijuan at the same time Ling Shan saw him. Why was it him? Lin Yi's pupils shrunk, and he quickly lowered his head. Captain Yang. Ling Shan said happily as she waved at Huijuan. Lin Yi really wanted to give this Ling Shan a kick. Why didn't you bring me to the interrogation room when you got to the police station? Why did you greet him? He had no choice but to turn his head to the side so that Huijuan wouldn't notice him. I didn't think we'd be right behind each other. Huijuan walked over and nodded to Ling Shan with a smile before turning to Lin Yi. This is the student who hurt Heibao bro. That's him. Ling Shan nodded as she looked at Lin Yi, only to see Lin Yi's head drooping down obediently. She couldn't take it anymore. What was the meaning of this? You were acting all high and mighty in the police car, but now that you're in the police station and Captain Yang, you're behaving like a good boy. Aren't you looking down on people? Ling Shan humphed coldly at the thought. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Raise your head and let Captain Yang look at you. Song, you don't seem to be in a good mood. He's just a student, have a better attitude. Huijuan frowned. He saw that Lin Yi was wearing a school uniform, and instinctively didn't think that Lin Yi was a bad guy. He patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "Kid, what's going on? Tell your big bro." Lin Yi lowered his head, speechless. Who's big bro? But Lin Yi was afraid that Huaijun wouldn't recognize him, and so he lowered his head even more, not bothering to talk to him at all. "Captain Yang, I'm talking to you." Ling Shan wanted to smack Lin Yi's head when he started putting on airs again. "Oh. It's nothing," Lin Yi said in a muffled voice. "Nothing." Huaijun frowned. Why didn't this kid know what was good for him? He'd asked him that because he was a student, and he wanted to keep a low profile. He didn't want to leave a mark on his file, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be so cold and indifferent. "They were looking for trouble, and I beat them up." Lin Yi cursed. "You weren't this nosy in the past, were you? What was wrong with you today?" Huaijun didn't move for a long while after Lin Yi said that, but Lin Yi felt a burning gaze on him. It made Lin Yi uncomfortable. "Can you lift your head?" Huaijun found the words funny. There were too many similar people in this world. This person's voice sounded like that person's, but he was still a student. "I'm not a girl, stop looking." Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Huaijun had found out something after all, but he couldn't be blamed. There was no way he could hide from Huaijun, who was known for his sensitivity. Ling Shan, on the other hand, didn't know what was going on. Lin Yi was ignoring Huaijun, but why was the captain's attitude being so nice to him? Ling Shan was just about to lift Lin Yi's head when Huaijun lowered his body and looked up at Lin Yi's face. "That's right. There's no mistaking it. It's him." Huaijun was 90% sure that the person in front of him was the one he'd been looking for all this time. He didn't know why he'd become a student all of a sudden, but Huaijun believed his eyes. "Arno." Huaijun couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. "What?" Lin Yi cursed inwardly, but pretended to be suspicious. Chapter 59. Delusional disorder. But Huaijun didn't give up. What kind of person was this guy? It'd be a waste of Huaijun treating him like a god if he could see through him with such a simple test. "I say, Miss Song, it's fine if you're retarded, but why's your captain acting like this too?" Lin Yi didn't bother dodging anymore since Huaijun had seen his face. He raised his head. "Man, looks like you guys have a lot of pressure at work. You should get some therapy to relieve yourself. Why won't you admit it?" Huaijun, on the other hand, wasn't paying attention to the conversation at all. He grabbed Huaijun's shoulders and started shaking him back and forth. "I'm a hound. Don't you recognize me?" Ling Shan was just about to argue with Lin Yi when she heard Huaijun call himself a hound. Her eyes went wide. What the hell was going on? Was the captain really starting to talk nonsense because of the pressure? "Man, look at that Song girl, he's seriously delusional, imagining himself as an animal." Lin Yi shook his head. "Plus, he thinks I'm an animal when he sees me." "That's right, he thinks I'm an animal." Ling Shan's face darkened. Captain Yang was always the calm and collected person. What was wrong with him today? He wasn't sure before, but now he was 100% certain that the person in front of him was the one he was looking for. They'd been comrades through thick and thin during those difficult times. There was no way Huaijun would mistake someone else for someone else. Especially Lin Yi's tone of voice and the way he was talking, it made Huaijun even more certain that the person in front of him was him. A sudden thought popped into Huaijun's mind. Could it be that he was on a special mission and couldn't reveal his identity? Yes. That was very possible. Thinking back to the level of the mission they were on, Lin Yi's actions made sense. "Song, leave him to me. I'll handle this case myself," Huaijun said as he grabbed onto Lin Yi's arm, afraid that he'd run away. "Ah. All right then." Ling Shan didn't understand why Huaijun was so concerned about Lin Yi's situation, and why he was doing all these weird things, but she still obeyed his orders out of habit. Huaijun didn't have time to chat with Ling Shan either. He grabbed Lin Yi's hand and ran towards the office building. Lin Yi smiled bitterly as he followed behind Huaijun. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape this. Bang! Huaijun shut the door and locked it from the inside, although Huaijun understood that the man would be able to get out even if he was thrown into prison. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was quite carefree as he sat on the sofa in Huaijun's office. Captain Yang, right? What are you trying to do? You need to know that we're locked in an office in broad daylight. If word gets out. Man. I'm still a high school student. Alright, there's no one else here, and my office is soundproof enough. You know that my nickname is Hound, and that means that my detection and anti-detection abilities are very strong. No one's going to be able to put a bug in here without me noticing. Huaijun turned back to Lin Yi, his eyes fixed on Lin Yi as he spoke word by word. No way, right? What are you trying to do with me? Lin Yi said innocently, his eyes wide open. Stop pretending, Arno. You know what I'm talking about. Huaijun said seriously. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Arno, and I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Yi said with a shrug. I'm not mistaken. Huaijun's face lit up as he jumped up to Lin Yi and shook Lin Yi's shoulder. Eagle, are you running away from something? Why won't you admit who you are? Lin Yi was indifferent. Was he really running away from something? Those years of war, that absolute trust between comrades. That beautiful face, that heartbroken gaze. It made Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. Ning's been looking for you all these years. Huaijun's face was twisted. Lin Yi's denial was causing his emotions to change as well. Ning. Who's that? Lin Yi felt as if his heart was being pierced by a needle, but on the surface, he maintained a calm expression. You dash. Huaijun's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lin Yi. You're trying to run away, aren't you? You're going to ruin her life. Huaijun clutched at his chest abruptly as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like rainwater. His face was white and twisted, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Lin Yi was startled. Yes, he could deny everything, but Lin Yi couldn't just turn a blind eye to his former comrade, someone he'd put his life in. Huaijun pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket with difficulty, opening it with trembling hands and popping a pill into his mouth. His face relaxed a little after a while, but he was still panting heavily. Lin Yi glanced at the label on the bottle. It was an imported sedative and painkiller. His face changed instantly. Why are you taking this medicine? Lin Yi was well aware of Huaijun's physique. He was as strong as a bull, and it was impossible for him to have any hidden illnesses, but now, you're finally admitting it. Huaijun's face was still pale, but there was a trace of a smile on his lips. Let's not talk about that for now. What's wrong with your body? Lin Yi asked as he helped Huaijun onto the sofa, no longer bothering to deny it. I'm not that fragile, I'm fine. Huaijun said with a grin on his face. It was obvious that he was happy. Eagle, I know I'm not mistaking you for someone else. You've grown taller these past 2 years, and the sharpness in your eyes has lessened, but I still recognize you. Fine, I'll admit it. Tell me what's wrong with you first. Also, why'd you retire? Isn't the organization you're with a lifetime membership? Lin Yi couldn't imagine what had happened to Huaijun in the past 2 years. Huaijun looked strong on the outside, but Lin Yi could sense a trace of sickness on his face. Old Lin was a famed miracle doctor in the village, and so Lin Yi's medical skills had been passed down to him as well. Chapter 60. Don't call me Eagle. Injured. How'd you get injured? Lin Yi asked. I got a new mission after we came back from North Africa, and it was to track down an international drug trafficker. I didn't expect them to have a master in their midst, and I got injured. Huaijun smiled bitterly at this point. I guess I was lucky, though. They thought I was dead when they saw me fall down, but Armadillo and the others, Armadillo. What's wrong with him? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Armadillo sacrificed himself. Huaijun said, a little dejected. What? Lin Yi's face turned into a terrifying grim. Armadillo, that little guy who always had that bright smile on his face. Who would have thought that a comrade who'd fought alongside him 2 years ago would die just like that? Huaijun could empathize with Lin Yi's emotion. Armadillo was Lin Yi's comrade, and Huaijun's comrade as well. Huaijun couldn't help but cry when he heard the news of Armadillo's death. Maybe he's still alive. Huaijun said, worried that Lin Yi would be sad. You didn't find his body. A glimmer of hope flashed across Lin Yi's eyes. Armadillo was a smart fella, and it was possible that he could have escaped death. His body was thrown into the furnace by the drug dealers. I didn't know about it until later. Huaijun sighed. I was in so much pain when I woke up that I couldn't care less about anything else. I found a place to hide, and lost consciousness after that, until someone rescued me. Fuck his ancestors. Lin Yi slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him, and Lin Yi smashed it into a pile of sawdust. Huaijun clicked his tongue inwardly. As expected of an eagle, he was still as fierce as ever. Huaijun knew that he wouldn't be able to do something like that himself. I'm sorry, I was too heavily injured, and I couldn't check on my comrades. Huaijun said, guilt filling his heart every time he thought about it. It's not your fault. Lin Yi shook his head. He knew that Huaijun would only be courting death if he went up there. Are your injuries serious? Full of injuries. I retired after half a year of recuperation. Huaijun sighed. Western medicine calls it sequela, Eastern medicine calls it broken meridians. You can't be agitated, and you can't engage in high-intensity work for a long period of time. Moreover, you have to use medication to maintain it. Lin Yi put the pangolin thing to the back of his mind and turned to Huaijun. Give me your hand. What are you doing? Huaijun asked curiously, but extended his hand anyway. Let me feel your pulse. Lin Yi said as he placed his hand on Huaijun's wrist, his expression solemn. You can feel my pulse. No way, Ing, I thought you were good at killing, but you know how to save people. Huaijun stared at Lin Yi, a little surprised. This was his comrade in arms in a storm of bullets. There's a lot you don't know. Lin Yi said with a smile. What, you don't trust me? Don't trust me. Huaijun's eyes widened. Of course I trust you. I could have left my back to you on the battlefield. Don't make it sound so mushy. Lin Yi said jokingly, but his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Huaijun's pulse was bad, and he could feel that his body had recovered, but his internal injuries were still very serious. Many of his organs weren't fully healed yet, and were even showing signs of weakening. How is it? My body's alright, right? Huaijun asked curiously, seeing that Lin Yi had really felt his pulse. You only use painkillers to solve your problems? Lin Yi didn't answer the question. Yeah, what's wrong with it? Huaijun asked. Then why aren't you dead yet? Lin Yi said with a frown. Huaijun was speechless. What the fuck, are you cursing me? It's not that I'm cursing you, but you're in a really bad situation right now. The injuries from last time haven't healed at all, and they're getting worse. I don't know how you've been using painkillers for so long, but someone else would have died from the pain a long time ago. Lin Yi said with a serious expression on his face. He wasn't trying to scare Huaijun, he was just stating a fact. There was no need to lie to someone like Huaijun. He'd been on the battlefield long ago, and he'd long since given up on life and death. Even if Lin Yi were to tell him that he was going to die tomorrow, Huijun wouldn't have much of a reaction. An old Eastern doctor said the same thing, saying that I wouldn't be able to live past 6 months. Look at me, aren't I? As expected, Huijun wasn't affected by Lin Yi's words at all. He was stretching his arms and legs in a relaxed manner. He's right, half a year is too much for you. Lin Yi nodded. Eagle, can you stop mocking me? Do I look like someone who's about to die? Huijun glared at Lin Yi, a little displeased. My name's Lin Yi, don't call me Eagle. Lin Yi said as he looked at Huijun. That's why I said it's a miracle that you're still alive, and it might have something to do with your strong willpower. What's wrong with that? Huijun continued. You can still use painkillers to alleviate the pain, but it'll only get worse in the future. Lin Yi said. You might have noticed it by now, but the frequency and dosage of the painkillers has increased. You really know medicine? Huijun asked, surprised that Lin Yi had hit the nail on the head. What do you think? Lin Yi said as he let go of Huijun's hand. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Huijun's situation was very complicated. There was a saying that all medicines had some side effects, and every herb would damage the body's organs to a certain degree. In other words, if Lin Yi were to prescribe a medicine for the heart, it'd affect Huijun's spleen or liver, but if he were to prescribe a medicine for the liver, it'd affect his heart or kidney. All in all, there'd be side effects to the other organs no matter which part he treated. It'd be better if he didn't treat it, and it'd only speed up his death. Huijun couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Yi deep in thought. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Chapter 61. A girl he'll never forget. Holy shit. Huijun slapped his thigh as he looked at Lin Yi. Not bad, not bad. You're the captain of the hounds after all. The army invited the most famous Eastern medicine specialist in the country, Elder Qinshueji, to see me after I got injured. He said the same thing after looking at me. Qinshueji. Lin Yi felt like he'd heard the name before, but couldn't remember where he'd heard it from. Yeah, he was the one who said I wouldn't live past 6 months. Huijun said with a smile. He told me not to treat it if I wanted to die slower. Maybe I'd live a couple more days with painkillers. What kind of bullshit is that? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. I'll go back and think about it. I'll come up with a plan as soon as I can, but I can write you a prescription first. It'll be better than Western painkillers, and the side effects won't be as bad. With that, Lin Yi walked over to Huijun's desk and grabbed a pen and paper. He quickly wrote down a prescription and handed it to Huijun. You'd better get this prescription yourself, and don't let anyone else know about it. Also, I don't want anyone else to know about my past, so don't bring it up again. It really works. Eagle, you've given me such a big surprise. Huijun said as he took the prescription from Lin Yi's hands. He stared blankly at the dense list of Eastern medicine names on it. It couldn't have been written randomly. Most people wouldn't even be able to write down the names of the Eastern medicine. I told you, don't call me Eagle. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi corrected. Alright, Lin Yi. Huijun nodded as he put the prescription away carefully. It was a prescription from his former captain and comrade, and Huijun trusted it unconditionally. He'd die if he didn't take it, and who knew how long he'd be able to live for. You're really a god, no wonder Xiaoning is so tiny. Hearing this name, the smile on Lin Yi's face suddenly froze. After a long time, he raised his head and said, She still remembers me. She asked about you the last time I saw her. Huijun said with a nod. Perhaps I'm just casually asking. Lin Yi bitterly smiled. The two of them were people from two different worlds and it was impossible for them to be intertwined. Even if they were to be intertwined, they were destined to be separated. There was no such thing as equality between people. Lin Yi understood this very well. At least for now, Lin Yi didn't have the ability to give her a future. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? Huaijuan's expression was agitated as he glared at Lin Yi. Huaijuan's weird reaction surprised Lin Yi, but Lin Yi seemed to understand something in an instant. You, like her? Huaijuan fell silent under Lin Yi's question. After a while, he finally spoke up. There wasn't a single person in the suicide squad who didn't have feelings for her, but this was also an acknowledgement of his thoughts. She's quite a good match for you. Lin Yi knew about Huaijuan's parentage. They were a good match, weren't they? What do you mean? Huaijuan jumped up as if his foot had been stepped on. He pointed at Lin Yi with a dark expression. What kind of person do you think I am? You can't bully a friend's wife. I, Hound, wouldn't do something like that no matter how much of an asshole I am. She's not my wife. Lin Yi said faintly with a shake of his head. Alright, I'm leaving. I'll leave Lingshan's matter to you. I'm sure it won't be a problem. With that, Lin Yi stood up and walked towards the door. I really want to kill you, Huaijuan said as he aimed a punch at Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi didn't even turn his head as he grabbed his arm. As long as you can do it. Huaijuan knew that the gap between him and Lin Yi wasn't small at all, and he let go of Huaijuan's arm dispiritedly. Lin Yi, on the other hand, let go of Huaijuan's arm and walked out of the office. Lin Yi's expression didn't change much, but his thoughts couldn't help but wander back to the days of war. The girl he met and parted with in his life. These 2 years, Lin Yi would often wake up from his training at night, sweating profusely every time. This was something that Lin Yi hadn't experienced ever since he started practicing the art of dragon mastery. But those melancholy eyes were like a demon in his heart, filling up Lin Yi's nights. Lin Yi couldn't help but wake up from his training every time he saw that sad and resentful gaze. It was a never-ending nightmare. Had he really forgotten about her? Obviously not. She was a girl that any man would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. But Lin Yi knew very well that her radiance didn't belong to him. If the 17-year-old Lin Yi still had a trace of arrogance in him, the current Lin Yi understood the cruelty of reality. Going to her would only bring trouble to her and the people around her. They weren't of the same social class, and nobody hitting on a princess was bullshit. From the moment Lin Yi was taken away by the police, Chief Chen's phone never stopped ringing. First, it was the headmaster of first school, Ding Bingong. Chief Chen was very careful with Ding Bingong's calls, and promised him that he'd investigate the matter thoroughly. However, the people who called later were getting more and more important. First, it was Peng Zhan's Uncle Fu, and now, it was Peng Zhan himself. Chief Chen had no choice but to call Lingshan, urging her to solve the case as soon as possible. She had to be fair and just, and he couldn't let people talk behind his back. But the news he got from Lingshan was that Huaijuan had just come back and taken Lin Yi away. Chief Chen had no choice but to call Huaijuan again. What? He's released already? Chief Chen was startled. Wasn't this Huaijuan a little too fast? Yeah, it was a gang that came to the school to wreak havoc, and it had nothing to do with Lin Yi. I told him to go back after I understood the situation. Huaijuan reported in his usual professional tone. As long as you're fine. Chief Chen sighed in relief. He could answer to Bingong and Peng Zhan now. Chapter 62. A secret talk. Lingshan blinked oddly at the calm and collected Huaijuan. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Captain Yang, do you know Lin Yi? He looks like a friend of mine. I got too excited and made a mistake. Huaijuan said with a smile. I hope you didn't get scared. Since Lin Yi didn't want him to reveal his identity, Huaijuan couldn't say too much. No. Lingshan shook her head. What kind of friend could make Captain Yang lose his composure like that? But she didn't ask. Lin Yi was just about to flag down a taxi when Faubert's Bentley stopped beside him. Faubert poked his head out. "Get in, Mr. Lin." Lin Yi nodded, not bothering with pleasantries as he walked over and opened the door to the front passenger seat. He was surprised to find another man in the back seat, Pingzhan. "Hello, Uncle Chu." Lin Yi greeted politely. "Are you all right, Lin Yi?" Pingzhan asked, a kind smile on his face as he looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had always thought that Pingzhan was being a little too nice to him. Was there some sort of secret behind all this, or? But since Pingzhan wasn't going to talk about it, Lin Yi didn't press the issue. "It's nothing, just a couple of Communist Party members trying to cause trouble at school. I taught them a lesson, and the police let me go after understanding the situation." "That's good." Pingzhan nodded. "Yao Yao's situation, it's all thanks to you. I just heard about what happened yesterday from Li Fu. You did a great job. It's what I should do." Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He'd taken Pingzhan's money for free, after all. "Right, how are you getting along with Yao Yao? She didn't kick you out again, did she?" Pingzhan felt a headache coming on at the thought of his daughter. "No, Yao Yao is very easy to get along with." Lin Yi smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't tell on Meng Yao in front of Pingzhan. That would be pure idiocy. No matter how naughty Meng Yao was, Pingzhan had nothing but love for her. It'd be hell if he got fired for talking like that, and so he decided to praise Meng Yao at the right time. When Faubert heard Lin Yi's words, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Hee, are you getting along well?" Pingzhan seemed to be very happy with Lin Yi's words, a gratified smile on his face. "Yao Yao is actually a good kid, just a little headstrong. You just have to give in to her a little more." "Don't worry, Uncle Chu, I will." Lin Yi agreed without hesitation, but he remembered what the Baldy had said in the robber's car yesterday. "Uncle Chu, there's something I should talk to you about." Lin Yi hesitated before deciding to talk to Pingzhan. "There's something I should tell you, Uncle Chu." "Oh." Pingzhan paused, then smiled. "What is it?" "Just say it." "It's about what happened yesterday." "It's about the bank robbery," Lin Yi said. "How about this, let's find a place to talk about it. Faubert isn't an outsider, but he's driving. I don't want him to be distracted." Pingzhan nodded. "Okay." It seemed like Lin Yi wouldn't be able to go to school today, so he might as well not go. "Mr. Chu, are we going home?" Faubert asked. "Yes, let's go home, to the villa by the bay," Pingzhan ordered. The villa by the bay was Pingzhan's private villa, but he was always busy with business and didn't go home often. Most of the time, the villa was empty. Meng Yao, on the other hand, lived in Pingzhan's villas in the city for the convenience of going to school. The villas were built by Pingzhan Industries, and Meng Yao, of course, lived here because Yushu lived here as well. The two had been best friends since elementary school, and their relationship couldn't get any tighter than that. Pingzhan's villa, on the other hand, was built in the suburbs, taking up a large piece of empty land. It was surrounded by green grass and flowers, and there was a road in the middle that led to the main building of the villa. Of course, this was private property, and outsiders weren't allowed to enter. Upon entering the door, Faubert shone a laser card on the door, and the door opened slowly. Lin Yi glanced at the brand of the door opener. It should be the most advanced rolling code opening system in the world. Even if the card was lent to someone else, it wouldn't be able to be duplicated. The code between the door opening system and the card was unique, and the MCU in the card calculated the code and fed it back to the door opening system. But it wasn't unbreakable. Of course, Lin Yi didn't mention it, because this was considered very safe for civilians. But, if yesterday's incident wasn't investigated properly, then Lin Yi would have to do some security upgrades to Mingyao's villa. He couldn't guarantee that he'd be by Mingyao's side 24 hours a day. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Faubert got out. He opened the door for Pingzhan and Lin Yi, and returned to the car after Lin Yi and Pingzhan got out. Faubert isn't coming in with us. Lin Yi heard from Pingzhan that Faubert wasn't an outsider, so he asked. He's going to park the car in the garage, and he'll be back soon. Pingzhan could tell what Lin Yi was thinking, and he patted Lin Yi's shoulder with a smile. Li Fu has been with me for more than 10 years. If there's anything urgent when I'm not around, you can just tell Faubert. Lin Yi nodded. Faubert must be a very trustworthy person if Pingzhan said so. The decorations in the villa couldn't be considered luxurious, but it wasn't the kind of luxurious ones. Instead, it leaned towards elegance and classicalness. It could be seen that Pingzhan was a person with good taste, different from the average nouveau riche. Sit anywhere, don't be shy, treat this like your own home. Pingzhan personally found a pair of slippers for Lin Yi, and placed it in front of Lin Yi. This action, on the other hand, made Lin Yi feel a little flattered. But, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Pingzhan was being too close to him. It didn't seem like he was treating a subordinate like this, but more like he was treating his own family. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Lin Yi didn't act too pretentiously. He put on the slippers after thanking Pingzhan. Chapter 63. The mastermind, alright, let's talk in the study. Pingzhan gestured with his hand as he led Lin Yi to the second floor. The study was at the end of the second floor, perhaps because they didn't want to be disturbed, but there wasn't even a housekeeper in this spacious villa. What difference did it make? Perhaps this villa had once been bustling and glorious, but now it was completely deserted. This was what Lin Yi noticed when he went upstairs. The villa was very clean, but there were signs of wear and tear on the handrails. This meant that someone had lived in this villa for a long time, unlike now, where Pingzhan rarely came back once a week. But Lin Yi, naturally, wouldn't ask about this. This was Pingzhan's family business, and it had nothing to do with Lin Yi. As a result, Lin Yi maintained a calm attitude, unfazed in the face of danger. The wear and tear on the leather chair in the study was proof of that as well. Pingzhan must have sat in this chair a lot in the past. Take a seat, Yi. Pingzhan said as he sat down on the leather chair behind the desk. He gestured to Lin Yi. There's a fresher cabinet in the back, there's drinks in there. Take whatever you want. Don't worry, it won't expire. Li Fu will replace it regularly. I'm not thirsty. Lin Yi shook his head. Uncle Chu, let's get down to business first. Alright, let's begin. Pingzhan nodded, signaling for Lin Yi to begin. It's like this, I'm sure you already know that the robbers yesterday weren't after the bank, but Miss Chu. Lin Yi said. I don't understand why they'd go through so much trouble to kidnap Miss Chu. It would have been easier to kidnap her from the school or the villa. Are you trying to remind me to investigate the true purpose of these people? Pingzhan said with a smile. Indeed, you're right, they might have gone through a lot of trouble to kidnap Miss Chu, but they have a reason for it. What reason? Lin Yi didn't think that Pingzhan would have thought of this, it seemed like he was overthinking things. Confuse. Pingzhan put away his smile and said seriously, this way, people will think that they didn't kidnap Yao Yao, but used her as a hostage during the bank robbery. These were two different natures that could mislead the police's investigation. This way, the police would see this case as a robbery and not a kidnapping case. This would give the robbers enough time to make their next move. But, what I don't understand is, how did they calculate Yao Yao would appear in the bank at that time? I've done some analysis on this. Yesterday, the school instructed everyone to apply for a bank card so that they can deposit their tuition fees. After school ends, the banks will close for the day. There's only one 24-hour bank in the vicinity, so if Miss Chu wants to apply for a bank card, she'll definitely go to that bank. Lin Yi voiced his thought. He hadn't thought of what Ping Zhan had said before, since he didn't know what these people's true intentions were, or what they really wanted. So Ping Zhan's words gave Lin Yi an idea. These people are after you. Probably. Ping Zhan nodded. This time, when I went to negotiate the contract, the other party gave a lot of harsh conditions, and I didn't agree to them. They didn't make any concessions either, they just kept dragging it out, as if they were waiting for something. Now that I think about it, Yao Yao's incident happened at that time, and these two things might be related. Oh. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. So that's the case. No wonder Ping Zhan said that these people robbed the bank to mislead the police's investigation. After all, if the direction of the investigation was wrong, the time needed to solve the case would be delayed, and this would give the robbers more time. If what Ping Zhan said was true, then as long as the robbers hinted that Meng Yao was in their hands, wouldn't Ping Zhan obediently sign that unfair contract? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. It's just that I don't have any evidence. Ping Zhan sighed, but, at this level, what can evidence do? Who are these people? Lin Yi understood immediately after hearing Ping Zhan's words. The robbers must be on par with Ping Zhan in terms of strength, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to do something like this. No wonder the Baldy said that he wouldn't let Ma Lu touch Meng Yao other than Meng Yao. He was probably just trying to scare Ping Zhan. If Ma Lu really did touch Meng Yao, Ping Zhan would probably go all out for revenge, even if he didn't care about the consequences. It would be a lose-lose situation, and the robbers obviously didn't want that to happen. Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief at the thought. The robbers didn't want to do anything to Meng Yao, so Meng Yao's safety wasn't a problem at all. You don't have to worry about this, I'll take care of it. I, Ping Zhan, am no pushover, trying to use this kind of method to force me to submit. Ping Zhan paused here and waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Just take good care of Yao Yao, remember to give her some love. Her mother left when she was young. And I'm always busy with my business. I lack love. Ping Zhan sighed. Her mother left when she was young. Lin Yi sighed to himself. The miss was really pitiful, losing her mother at a young age and having a busy father all day. What was the difference between that and having no parents at all? Lin Yi was an orphan as well, naturally. He could understand the bitterness of the situation. He nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Chu, I can understand Miss Chu's feelings, forgive me. What an evil word game. When Lin Yi heard Ping Zhan say that Meng Yao's mother left, he thought that her mother had passed away. The word left did indeed have that meaning. But in reality, what Ping Zhan meant was that the Mrs. Mother had really left, not died. That's why Lin Yi made such a huge mistake. Yes, that's why I asked you to come and keep her company, you too. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. It's a bit sudden to talk about it now, it's not too late to talk about it in the future. Ping Zhan hesitated, deciding to talk to Lin Yi about his father and elder Lin's decision later. He was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to accept it right now. Lin Yi didn't know what Ping Zhan wanted to say, but since he said to talk about it later, Lin Yi couldn't ask any more. He could only wait for Ping Zhan to take the initiative to tell him. Since these people aren't after Miss Chu's life, then I'm relieved. Lin Yi thought to himself. It'd be terrible if the miss died beside him. Not only would he lose his salary, but he'd also have to take responsibility for it. More importantly, no one had died beside him before. Chapter 64. Quick detection. Faubert's voice came from outside the study not long after the two were done talking about Meng Yao's family. Lin Yi wasn't sure if he'd waited for the two to finish their conversation before knocking, or if he'd just happened to come up at that moment. Ping Zhan had said that Faubert was a trustworthy person, but Lin Yi had the feeling that Ping Zhan was hiding something from him. He'd asked Lin Yi to accompany Meng Yao not just for a study companion, a babysitter, and a bodyguard, but for a deeper reason. Ping Zhan didn't say what it was, and Lin Yi believed that Faubert wasn't privy to it either. Ping Zhan was probably the only one who knew. "Mr. Chu, I've parked the car. May I come in?" "Come in, I was just talking to Yi about yesterday's incident," Ping Zhan said. Faubert pushed the door open and sat down on the sofa beside Lin Yi. "We were talking about why the kidnappers chose the bank earlier, and he said that it's because the school requires every student to get a bank card to save their tuition and fees." Ping Zhan continued the topic when he saw Faubert come in. "From this, we can see that there's someone in Yao Yao's school. The kidnappers wouldn't have chosen this time to rob a bank." "Yes." Lin Yi nodded. "That's what I was thinking, too. Besides, I think this person should be a staff member of the school, not a student. Only a staff member would know about these things beforehand, and by the time the students knew about it, it'd already be time for school to end. It'd be too late for the kidnappers to make preparations." "Not bad." Ping Zhan nodded approvingly, pleased with Lin Yi's intelligence. "I'll look into the school as well. But never mind, let's not talk about that. What, is there a problem? Isn't Uncle Chu one of the directors of the school?" Lin Yi asked curiously. Shouldn't it be easier for Ping Zhan to look into things in the school? "I'm a trustee, yes, but there are 3 trustees in the school, and each of them owns a portion of the school's shares. You can imagine how difficult it would be to investigate." Ping Zhan didn't hide it from Lin Yi, since it wasn't anything confidential. "I see. I'll keep an eye out when I go to school then," Lin Yi said after listening to Ping Zhan's explanation. At this point, Lin Yi had a general idea of what was going on. The kidnappers didn't want Meng Yao for money or her life, but they wanted to use Meng Yao to force Ping Zhan to compromise on their business partnership. Moreover, the kidnappers did not choose other places to carry out the kidnapping completely to confuse the police and delay time. If Ping Zhan's daughter had been kidnapped, one could only imagine how much effort the police would put into searching for the kidnappers. Meng Yao would have been found by the police before they could achieve their goal. It was true that Huaijuan had taken over the bank robbery case as soon as he returned to the criminal police, but the case was a piece of cake for Huaijuan. Huaijuan made a call to the city's command center, and pulled up the surveillance footage from the streets around the bank yesterday. Ling Shan only realized how stupid she was at this point. Digital Qingguan had only been used in Songshan for less than a month, but Huaijuan's sharp senses had memorized all this information. Digital Qingguan, also known as Digital City Management, referred to the use of information technology and mobile communication technology to process, analyze, and manage all of the city's components and incidents. It was an information technology that promoted the modernization of city management. The city management department had installed surveillance cameras on every main street, monitoring the area around the clock to monitor the sanitation, traffic flow, and so on. Ling Shan had thought of going to the traffic police to get the recordings, but unfortunately, the traffic police's recording equipment only worked when the traffic lights were red, and they could only record cars that broke the rules. The equipment was off at other times. Ling Shan had no choice but to give up. What she didn't expect was for Huaijuan to think of using the surveillance footage to solve the case. It seemed simple enough, but it only meant one thing: she wasn't careful enough. Things that seemed to be insignificant to the job often played an unexpected role at the critical moment. With the surveillance video, everything became much easier. Because the city management's round-the-clock surveillance camera had just been activated recently, it was still in the trial stage. Not many people knew about it, so the kidnappers couldn't possibly know about it. In fact, they didn't know about it either. On the road that Zhang Xiaohang was responsible for, not long after the first song A74110 car left, a second commercial van with the license plate of song A74110 passed by. Without a doubt, this was the car that the robbers were in. What happened next was that they followed the clues and locked onto the approximate location of the kidnapper's car. The reason for the approximate location was because the surveillance cameras were only installed in the city, and not in some of the more secluded streets. They could only use the footage to determine the location of the kidnappers. But even so, it was more than enough. The search was much easier now that the area had been narrowed down to a certain extent. Pin Liang had been in a state of panic the entire day. He didn't think that a country bumpkin transfer student would be this strong. He'd been pissed off yesterday, and now he'd beaten up one of the school's bosses, Zhou Ruoming. He'd thought that Zhou Ruoming was going to die a horrible death, but it was Heibao Bro he'd found that got beaten up. Pin Liang finally understood the difference in strength. Heibao Bro couldn't beat Lin Yi even with a gun, so what could he possibly do? But he couldn't act too weak in front of Naipeo and Xiaofu, too. He hated Lin Yi to the bone, but he was also scared to the bone. Normal methods wouldn't work on Lin Yi, and he'd have to think of something else if he wanted revenge. Liang Bro, why is this Lin Yi so strong? Xiaofu said, a little displeased. But isn't that Heibao Bro a little too weak? I thought he'd be more capable, but he's about the same as us yesterday. Yeah, he's such a coward with a gun. If I were him, I'd shoot that Lin Yi kid. Naipeo said angrily. Xiaofu and Naipeo had never been in the underworld before, and they'd only heard Pin Liang talk about how strong Heibao Bro was. They didn't think much of it after seeing him today. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, do you like him? Zhou Ruoming was just as shocked. Zhou Ruoming decided to keep his distance from Lin Yi after seeing how half-dead Heibao Bro was. The guy was a madman, and Zhou Ruoming didn't want to die just yet. It was a little depressing for him, the second in command of the school, to be afraid of a transfer student. Zhou Ruoming, on the other hand, thought that they'd mind their own business and mind their own business. As long as he didn't provoke Lin Yi, it shouldn't affect him, right? Zhou Ruoming couldn't help but feel pleased at the thought that motherfucker Pin Liang had nothing better to do than provoke a transfer student. He hadn't even gotten to the bottom of the guy's background yet, and he was already trying to mess with Pin Liang. Was he tired of living? Hey, Yao Yao, do you think Lin Yi's going to be okay? That Lingshan's acting all high and mighty, it's like she's trying to mess with Lin Yi on purpose. Yushu whispered to Meng Yao, who was flipping through her English textbook. Who cares, it's better if he gets arrested and sentenced. He won't have to bother me anymore. Meng Yao humphed. My dad's saving his salary too. You really don't care about him. Yushu looked at Meng Yao with a half-smile. Shu, what's with that look? Meng Yao frowned. Why would I care about him? Alright, let's not talk about him. I still need to study. Oh, alright. Yushu pointed at the English textbook in Meng Yao's hands with a smile. Yao Yao, you're holding your English book upside down. You've been reading for so long, you're really something. Ah. Meng Yao blushed as she looked at the book in her hands. She quickly closed the book in a panic and glanced at Yushu before opening it again. She pouted. Alright, I just don't want anything to happen to him because of me. After all, I'm the one who started this. I'm the one who told him to deal with Pin Liang. I've already called Faubert. He'll take care of it. Ha! Yushu smiled, but her face was full of doubt. Yushu's smile made Meng Yao feel a little uncomfortable. She shrunk her neck, feeling that Yushu was staring at her with a burning gaze. However, Yao suddenly thought of something. Oh right, on the other hand, student Shu, you seem to be more concerned about Lin Yi than I am. Have you fallen for him? Me? Yeah, I like him, so what? Yushu grinned at Meng Yao as if it wasn't something embarrassing. Yushu let out a breath of relief when she heard that Meng Yao had contacted Faubert. She knew what Faubert was capable of in Songshan, and she'd wanted to call her grandpa. Ha! Meng Yao's mouth was agape as she stared at Yushu in disbelief. You like him? Ha, I like him, why are you in such a hurry? Can't even speak properly. Are you jealous? Yushu giggled as she looked at Mingyao's face. Jealous? If you like him, then go after him. I bet that guy's so pretty he's got snot coming out of his nose. Mingyao's expression changed to one of disapproval. All right. Then I'll go after him. Don't regret it later. Yushu said with a serious face. Who'll regret it, haha. Mingyao shook her head nonchalantly, but the words made her feel a little uncomfortable. She didn't know why, but it made her feel uneasy. I'm lying. Haha. Yushu didn't continue after seeing that she wasn't teasing Mingyao. I just don't like Lingshan. She can't touch one of our people if she wants to. Yeah. Lin Yi may be my follower, but he's still one of my people. Mingyao didn't know why, but she let out a sigh of relief after hearing Yushu's explanation. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Mingyao didn't think too much about it. Pinliang looked calm and collected in front of Naipeo and Xiaofu, but he was actually more afraid than anyone else. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lin Yi's revenge, but that Heibao bro would drag him out of the police station. He'd become the mastermind of the whole thing, and who knew if he'd be dragged into this. His father would definitely punish him severely, and he might even have to transfer schools. Pinliang was getting more and more annoyed when he saw Mingyao and Yushu talking and laughing not too far away. He was a famous person in the school, but he didn't even have a girlfriend. What a joke. Zhou Ruoming, on the other hand, had gone through so many girlfriends by now that he was a tyrant in the school. He heard that he was going after some commoner beauty, Tang Yun. Truth be told, Pinliang only started paying attention to Tang Yun after hearing that Zhou Ruoming was going after her. She was a beautiful girl, and although she was wearing a school uniform, it couldn't hide her beauty. Compared to princesses like Mingyao and Yushu, however, she was still a little lacking. Mingyao and Yushu were from prestigious families, and they had luxurious cars to and from school. Tang Yun, on the other hand, wasn't as eye-catching as Mingyao and Yushu. Mingyao and Yushu were from prestigious families, and they had luxurious cars to and from school. Tang Yun, on the other hand, wasn't that eye-catching. Her body was even better than Mingyao and Yushu's, but Mingyao and Yushu's statuses were higher than theirs. Pinliang, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of other flies getting to her first. In this school, he was the only one who dared to go after Mingyao. As a result, Pinliang wasn't in a rush. He had enough patience to take Mingyao down. It was just that Lin Yi's appearance had ruined his original plan. He'd called Heibao bro to school in a fit of rage, not caring about the consequences, and even more so when Heibao bro pulled out his gun. Everything had changed in an instant, from a gangster wreaking havoc in school to a gang member with a gun. Pinliang was afraid that Heibao bro wouldn't be able to take it anymore, and if that happened, he might not even be able to stay in school, let alone pursue Mingyao. Lin Yi walked out of the police station, and looked at his phone. It was already 11 in the afternoon. There weren't any classes at this time, and he was worried about Huaijuan's injury. He'd come in a hurry, and he hadn't brought any Eastern medicine books with him. Lin Yi hesitated, and hailed a taxi. To the biggest bookstore in the city. Young man, the biggest bookstores in the city are Xinhua Bookstore and Shuahai Bookstore. They're about the same size, but what kind of books are you looking for? The taxi driver asked. Oh. What's the difference between the two bookstores? I'm looking for medical books. Lin Yi's old man had brought his books back from the city, and he'd never bought them himself. Chapter 66. The Dean of Medicine Lin Yi parked his car in front of Scholar C Bookstore, surprised that they'd passed by Songshan First High School on the way. The school was only one stop away from the bookstore, and he'd be able to walk back to school after buying the books. Lin Yi paid the driver and walked into Scholar C Bookstore. He made a beeline for the medical section after asking the salesperson at the door for directions. There weren't many people in the bookstore at this hour, and even fewer in the medical section. There was only an old man who looked like a pedant flipping through some books in front of a bookshelf. Lin Yi followed the labels on the shelf and found the book he was looking for. There were a couple of uncommon herbs in there, and Lin Yi wanted to confirm them. Huaijuan's internal injuries were complicated, and his bodily functions had been completely messed up under the effects of the painkillers. He didn't know why he wasn't dead yet, but there had to be a master taking care of his body. After all, Huaijuan's family was a force to be reckoned with. You like Eastern medicine, young man? He didn't know when, but the old man had walked up to Lin Yi, looking at the book in Lin Yi's hands as he asked. I've done some research. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at the old man. Are you a student from a medical university nearby, young man? The old man didn't seem like he was going to let the matter drop. No, I'm a student from Songshan First High School. Lin Yi replied casually. He didn't dislike the old man at all, he could tell that the old man was the academic type. Lin Yi wouldn't have bothered to say a word to the old man if he were the type of person who'd use conversation to achieve his goals. Oh. A high school student. The old man was a little taken aback by Lin Yi's words. There were very few young people who were interested in Eastern medicine these days. There were some students from medical universities who'd come to the bookstore to look up information for exams, but they didn't have much interest in Eastern medicine. He'd been looking for a disciple to inherit his legacy all these years, but to no avail. He didn't expect to meet a high school student who was interested in traditional Chinese medicine in the bookstore. There were quite a lot of students in the medical college who studied traditional Chinese medicine, but most of them were inclined to Western medicine. They just wanted to broaden their knowledge by studying traditional Chinese medicine. They never thought about making traditional Chinese medicine their future career and research direction, which made Guan Xuemin very disappointed. To inherit his legacy, he must first be interested in TCM. If he felt that Western medicine was better than TCM, how could he talk about inheriting his legacy? Young man, which do you think is better, traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Guan Xuemin couldn't help but ask. They all have their own strengths, but I'm more inclined towards Chinese medicine. Lin Yi closed the book in his hand and picked up another book next to it. He found the information he wanted and started reading. Western medicine treats the symptoms while Chinese medicine treats the root cause. In some cases, only by treating the symptoms can the root cause be cured. However, it's not a good thing to simply treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Although Lin Yi's words were a bit ambiguous, they truly hit the nail on the head. He wasn't a die-hard traditional Chinese medicine fan. On the contrary, he had a deep understanding of Western medicine. Both had their own strengths and weaknesses. Only by learning from each other could they save the world. Young man, are you interested in applying to medical college? Guan Xuemin's love for talent was aroused. The more he looked at Lin Yi, the more he liked him. I haven't thought about it yet. It depends on my family. Lin Yi indeed hadn't thought about it yet. It wasn't up to him to decide which university to apply to, it was up to his old man and Chu Pingzhan. If he was fired during this period of time, he wouldn't even be able to think about going to university. He would just have to go back to the mountains. I see. Guan Xuemin was a little disappointed after hearing Lin Yi's words, but he still didn't give up. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yi. Young man, this is my business card. You can go back and talk to your parents about it. If you are interested in studying medicine, I can help you with the recommendation procedures. I still have this little bit of authority. Lin Yi heard Guan Xuemin's words and was a little surprised when he received the business card. The dean of Songshan Medical University School of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Guan Xuemin. After seeing Guan Xuemin's identity, Lin Yi didn't doubt his words anymore. Not to mention the dean of a university, even a dean of a faculty in a school had a lot of authority. Thank you. Although Lin Yi didn't have plans to study medicine, he still took the business card politely. Of course, if you have any questions about traditional Chinese medicine, you can call me, Guan Shuamin said. Although he didn't achieve his goal, Guan Shuamin still hoped that Lin Yi would contact him more often. Okay, Dean Guan. Lin Yi nodded. Guan Shuamin seemed to have something else to do. He took a few books and left, leaving Lin Yi alone to continue reading. Lin Yi didn't think much of this small interlude. When it came to medical skills, who could compare with his old man? He heard that when his old man was young, he casually gave a few pointers to a young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and that young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner became a famous one. Of course, this was what Lin Yi heard when his old man was drunk. It didn't matter if it was true or not. But Lin Yi had learned a lot from his old man over the years. After finding what he wanted, Lin Yi put the books back. There was no need to buy them for now. If he brought them back to school, he'd probably attract a lot of attention. Until now, Lin Yi still wanted to keep a low profile. But now, Lin Yi couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Lin Yi's name had spread all over the school today. On his way back to school, Lin Yi bought a fruit jianbing from a roadside stall. The cafeteria would probably be out of food by now. Lin Yi went straight to the classroom and saw Meng Yao and Yushu both sitting at their seats, still watching Happy Goat and Big Wolf. Yushu looked up at him when he entered the room and poked Meng Yao with her finger. Meng Yao raised her eyelids, but returned to the MP4 in her hands. Lin Yi ignored them and went back to his seat. Hey, Yao, shield bro's back. He doesn't look like he's been tortured. Yushu said. She'd read too many novels, thinking that people coming out of the police station would be skinned. That girl Ling Shan wouldn't do anything to him. She must have been the one who let him out so soon. Meng Yao curled her lips, dissatisfied with Lin Yi's quick return. Ha! Yao, do you think they did that in the police station too? Yushu fantasized. Shu, you're too evil. Meng Yao frowned. Don't disgust me. I don't want to throw up what I ate in the afternoon. Chapter 67. Changing classes. Boss, are you alright? Kong Xiaobo had been in a state of shock the entire morning. The past 2 days had been the most manly he'd ever been in his life. Kong Xiaobo had once seen a post on the internet about things a man should do before the age of 30, one of which was to get into a fight. Kong Xiaobo had thought that he wouldn't be able to do it, but it happened right before the college entrance exams. Kong Xiaobo was in a bad mood during recess, and almost went to the police station with Lin Yi, but Lin Yi stopped him in time with a glance. Lin Yi didn't mind anymore. He was here on a mission from old Lin anymore. It was a mission that didn't make any sense to him. Going to school was secondary, but Kong Xiaobo was different. If this incident were to leave a stain on his life record, it'd be something that would last for a lifetime. It's fine, the police figured it out pretty quickly. Heibao got gangsters to mess with the school. Lin Yi noticed Bin Liang's ears pricking up as he spoke. He couldn't help but find it funny. The kid was probably afraid that Heibao would bite him out, wasn't he? That's good. Kong Xiaobo let out a sigh of relief. He didn't go to the police station with Lin Yi in the morning because he was afraid that Lin Yi would blame him for being disloyal. Now that Lin Yi was fine, he was naturally happy. Boss, I'll treat you to something after school. It'll help you get over the shock. After school. We'll talk about it then. Lin Yi glanced at Meng Yao, who was in front of him. He had to go back with them after school. The first class in the afternoon was Ms. Lu's class. Ms. Lu evidently knew that the incident this morning had something to do with Pin Liang, but she didn't bring it up. After all, it was best to minimize the incident as much as possible. She didn't want the other students to be affected. The monthly exams are coming up, so let's do a little quiz today. Teacher Lu divided the test papers in her hands into stacks and then distributed them to the students in the front row of each group. She told them to pass them down in turn. In the third year of high school, there was basically a small test every 2 days and a big test every Monday. Many people were already used to it. Although what happened in the morning brought a ripple to the dull and boring study life, there was no extra time to think about things that had nothing to do with study in the short term of high school life. Although what happened in the morning brought endless shock to the first and second year students, for the third year students, it was just a small interlude in their intense study. Of course, the few delinquents who didn't study were an exception. It was an English test paper that was passed to Lin Yi. English was Lin Yi's strong suit. Lin Yi was not only proficient in English, but he was also proficient in many languages around the world. This was also a requirement for the mission. Lin Yi didn't want to show off too much. In this key class of a key high school, maintaining an average standard was enough to get into a good university, so Lin Yi didn't need his results to be too good. After all, it was to accompany Meng Yao to study, and he didn't know when he would finish. So, when Lin Yi answered the questions, he purposely made some mistakes and asked Kong Xiaobo to help him hand it in after class. "Boss, how was the test?" The questions were pretty hard this time. There were a lot of new words that I've never seen before. Kong Xiaobo's results weren't outstanding, it was just average. "It's just a so-so," Lin Yi smiled, "not too good. The education in the city is definitely better than in the village, so the questions will be more difficult." Kong Xiaobo thought that Lin Yi wasn't used to it yet, so he comforted him, "It'll be fine once you get used to it." Okay, Lin Yi nodded. He couldn't explain much to Kong Xiaobo. Although Lin Yi felt that Kong Xiaobo was a good friend, he couldn't tell him about his own matters. After all, they weren't from the same world. During the second class in the afternoon, someone from the teaching office came to inform them that Jifeng was looking for Lin Yi, Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, and Naipeo. Lin Yi didn't say anything and walked out of the classroom. Kong Xiaobo, on the other hand, was worried that the school would punish Lin Yi because of this. After all, it wouldn't be worth it if he got punished when he was about to graduate. But Lin Yi didn't think that way. First, he had something on Jifeng, and second, he was just accompanying the princess to study. The files were all fake, so he didn't care if they punished him or not. Pinliang's expression changed as he stood up after some hesitation. Xiaofu and Naipeo followed suit, walking out of the room as well. Pinliang stopped at the door and said to the two, "If Jifeng asks about what happened this morning, we'll just say we don't know anything. Just say that Heibao Bro doesn't know what happened with Lin Yi, and that we only know Heibao Bro. He asked us who Lin Yi was, so we pointed it out to him. The rest has nothing to do with us." Gao Xiaofu and Zhang Naipeo were worried that the school would punish them because of this. After all, their family backgrounds weren't as strong as Pinliang's. Pinliang might be fine, but they might become the scapegoats. They nodded immediately upon hearing Pinliang's order. Pinliang looked at Lin Yi's back and clenched his fists hatefully. He'd lost so much face today, and it was all because of this transfer student. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be this strong. It seemed like his usual method of talking with his fists wasn't working anymore. Jifeng, on the other hand, knew that Pinliang and the others were making things up after listening to their story. He'd already gotten news from the police that Heibao was the security captain of Pinliang's father's nightclub. A security captain coming to school to cause trouble for Lin Yi. Jifeng wouldn't believe that this had nothing to do with Pinliang, but he'd asked the principal for permission, and because of Pinliang's family background, he decided to keep it low-key. Heibao had already taken responsibility for everything at the police station, and Jifeng didn't need to offend anyone anymore. He told Pinliang and the others a few words before letting them go. When only Lin Yi was left, Jifeng didn't ask about what happened this morning. It was obvious that Lin Yi had nothing to do with it, so there was no need for him to ask. Chapter 68. Bold and visionary words. Jifeng knew that Pingzhan had introduced Lin Yi to the school, and so he wanted to use this opportunity to get on Lin Yi's good side. After all, the 12th class wasn't just the 12th class, but the 12th class was also the 12th class. Moving Lin Yi to the 6th class would help him avoid further conflicts with Pinliang. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh at the words. The guy was afraid that Pinliang and the others would cause trouble for him again. But Lin Yi's true goal was to keep Meng Yao company. If Meng Yao didn't change classes, he wouldn't be able to do so. Besides, Lin Yi didn't really care about Pinliang and the other clowns. They wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of him anymore. Thank you, Mr. Wang, I'm doing fine in this class. I just got used to the environment, and I don't want to change. Lin Yi rejected Wang Jifang's kind intentions. I see. Alright then. Don't be too rash in the future. Just report to the school first. The school will take care of it. Wang Jifang didn't say anything else after Lin Yi's insistence. It seemed that Pinliang and the others would behave themselves for a while after this incident. The English test results came out during the night study session. As expected of an important class in an important school. Even when Kong Xiaobo said that the test was a bit difficult, the total score was 150. There were quite a few students who scored above 130. Kong Xiaobo scored 111, and Lin Yi scored 109. Naturally, Lin Yi did it on purpose. He just wanted his results to be below average in class. He didn't need to draw attention to himself. What surprised Lin Yi, however, was the fact that Meng Yao and Yushu had taken up 2 spots among the students who scored above 130. It seemed that these 2 rich girls weren't idiots after all. Lin Yi thought to himself. Boss, not bad. Your first exam result is not bad. Kong Xiaobo saw that Lin Yi was only 2 points lower than him, and he was secretly surprised. There must be some luck involved. Lin Yi thought to himself. If he had known that this question would be difficult, he would have made a few more mistakes. Let's go eat something tonight. My treat. Kong Xiaobo had talked to Lin Yi about this at noon, but Lin Yi did not agree at that time and said that they would talk about it at night. Let's do it on the weekend. My house is quite far from the campus. If I go back late, there won't be a car, Lin Yi said to Kong Xiaobo apologetically. Oh, that's true. There are only a few buses near the school. Let's talk about it on the weekends. Kong Xiaobo obviously misunderstood Lin Yi's meaning. Lin Yi thought that Kong Xiaobo was a good person, and that he didn't want to lie to him. But Lin Yi didn't want to expose the misunderstanding. Lin Yi really did mean that Mingyao's villa was quite far from the school, and Falbert's car wouldn't be waiting for him all the time. There would be no car if he went back late. Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo walked out of the school gate together after school. He watched Meng Yao and Yushu get into Falbert's Bentley from the corner of his eyes before turning to Kong Xiaobo. I'm going, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Kong Xiaobo was in high spirits today. He'd wanted to have dinner with Lin Yi and drink some wine, but Lin Yi didn't have the time. He had no choice but to give up on the idea. What's the rush? Stand right there. The sudden voice startled Kong Xiaobo. He looked up to see Pinliang, Naipeo, and Xiaofu blocking his way. The one who spoke was Gao Xiaofu. Pinliang called his family during the break and learned that Heibao had taken responsibility for everything, but Pinliang's father still gave him a good scolding. Pinliang was getting more and more pissed off. It was all Lin Yi's fault, and he couldn't afford to offend Lin Yi. All he could do was sulk. Xiaofu came up with a strategy. Since Lin Yi couldn't beat him right now, he could teach that Xiaobo beside him a lesson. The kid had been pretty cocky yesterday on the balcony, and now he'd gone up there and kicked Heibao bro in the crotch. Was he supposed to let him live if they didn't teach him a lesson? Pinliang's eyes lit up. He couldn't afford to piss off Lin Yi, but teaching that coward Kong Xiaobo a lesson would be good too. What? What are you guys doing? Kong Xiaobo had become a man these 2 days, but that was only because he had Lin Yi with him. He was the only one left, and he'd have to be tough even if he wanted to. It was obvious that the three were up to no good, and Kong Xiaobo felt a wave of fear rise in his heart. What are you doing? Don't you know what you've been doing these 2 days? Pin Liang smiled coldly as he reached out and patted Kong Xiaobo's face. Kong Xiaobo, I never knew that you were a hidden character. What did I do? Kong Xiaobo knew that even if he begged for mercy, it wouldn't do anything. Since he was already enemies with Pin Liang, he might as well go all the way. At most, he'd get beaten up, but he wouldn't be able to kill him. Pfft. You're talking tough, aren't you? Pin Liang looked like he had Kong Xiaobo in the bag. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. Or is it because that transfer student's backer is gone, and you're not confident anymore? Pin Liang was finally able to vent his anger, but he felt a little sullen when he thought about it. He had to bully a normal student to vent his anger. Kong Xiaobo knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid the beating today. He was going to die either way, and he straightened his neck. Pin Liang, if you touch me today, I'll pay you back 10-fold, 100-fold. Come at me if you dare. With that, Kong Xiaobo closed his eyes, looking like he was going to die a martyr's death. Fuck, you're still so stubborn. Interesting. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let's do it. Pin Liang saw that Kong Xiaobo wasn't begging for mercy, so he stopped talking to him. Liang bro. Xiaofu suddenly tugged at Pin Liang's sleeve nervously. What's wrong? Pin Liang frowned. What's wrong? Xiaofu pointed not far away, panicking. Liang bro, look over there, what? Pin Liang looked impatiently at the direction Xiaofu was pointing at, and was shocked to see Lin Yi walking towards him with a smile on his face. But in Pin Liang's eyes, that smile looked like the smile of a demon. Why was he back? Didn't he leave already? Pin Liang was startled. This Lin Yi was a madman. What was he supposed to do if he waited for Lin Yi to arrive? As humiliated and angry as he was, Pin Liang didn't dare fight Lin Yi head-on. Fuck, revenge is a dish best served cold. I'll return the humiliation I received today 100-fold in the future. Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Healing Plant. Pin Liang didn't have time to explain as he turned and ran. Xiaofu and Naipeo saw that they weren't a match for Lin Yi, and so they turned and ran as well. Kong Xiaobo closed his eyes and stiffened his neck, ready to die a martyr's death. He waited for a long time, but Pin Liang didn't move at all. He opened his eyes, confused, only to see the three running like rabbits, disappearing into a puff of smoke. Ah! Kong Xiaobo froze. What the hell was going on? Could it be that when he'd shaken his body, unleashed his king's aura, and said, I'll pay them back 10 times, 100 times in the future, he'd scared Pin Liang and the others away? It couldn't be, could it? Didn't that make him the main character of a novel? A large hand landed on Kong Xiaobo's shoulder just as he was recovering from his shock. Kong Xiaobo jumped and turned around, only to see Lin Yi smiling at him. What are you spacing out for? Ah! Xiaobo paused when he saw Lin Yi. He immediately understood why Pin Liang and the others had turned tail and run. It wasn't because he'd unleashed his king's aura, but because Lin Yi was here, and they'd run away. Let's go, there won't be any more cars later. Lin Yi patted Kong Xiaobo's shoulder before turning around and walking to the Faubert's parking spot. Lin Yi and Kong Xiaobo had separated earlier, and he'd noticed that Kong Xiaobo was surrounded by Pin Liang and the others. Lin Yi, naturally, knew that Kong Xiaobo wasn't Pin Liang's match, and so he went to help him. Kong Xiaobo took a deep breath, wanting to thank him, but Lin Yi was long gone. Kong Xiaobo clenched his fists. When would he become a man like Lin Yi? It had only been 2 days since he'd transferred here, and he'd already taught one of the big four Pin Liang a lesson. Lin Yi returned to Faubert's Bentley, a frown on Mingyao's face. She didn't say anything about Lin Yi getting in, but Yushu, on the other hand, smiled at Lin Yi. Shield bro, you're pretty good, huh? Pin Liang and the others turned and ran when they saw you. Yushu's words told Lin Yi that she must have seen him helping Xiaobo from the car. Lin Yi smiled, unsure of what to say. See, Yao Yao. I told you Lin Yi's good at his job, right? With him by your side, Pin Liang won't bother you anymore. Yushu tugged at Ming Yao's hand. He's not that much stronger than Pin Liang. Ming Yao humphed, puzzled. Was this Lin Yi really that good? Subduing Pin Liang in 2 days. He's probably just a little better at fighting. Lin Yi was already used to Ming Yao's attitude, and he didn't mind it at all. She was a miss, after all, and it was always hard to please. As long as she didn't find him an eyesore, it was fine. He was here for a mission, after all, and the reward was enough for him to eat for the rest of his life. Back in the villa, Lin Yi remembered the awkward scene from this morning as he looked at the tissue box on the living room table. Yushu was looking at him suspiciously, and Lin Yi knew that this wasn't good. She'd better not come up with something for him to do again. Lin Yi hurried back to his room. He'd looked up some books on medicinal properties and pharmacology in the bookstore today, and Lin Yi wanted to write them down while he still had an idea of how to treat Huijuan. Huijuan's entire body was in a mess under the effects of the medication. It was a combination of Eastern medicine and Western medicine. Huijuan was fine for the time being, but the slightest change in his body could turn into a fatal injury. It was impossible to treat all the damaged organs in one go, and even old Lin didn't have the ability to do so. Besides, he'd learned all of old Lin's teachings. After taking Huijuan's pulse today, Lin Yi had determined that the cause of Huijuan's condition was a broken meridian. The meridians that connected the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the body were broken, naturally affecting the function of the organs and leading to organ failure. Under these circumstances, Lin Yi decided to start with the damaged meridians first. As long as he could open up all the meridians, the organs would naturally recover. Huiping was only in his 20s, and his body wasn't in a failing phase yet. He could recover on his own. Lin Yi breathed out in relief after writing down a satisfactory prescription and treatment plan. Although Lin Yi was confident that he could help Huijuan recover, he was still a little worried before he could come up with a feasible treatment plan. Lin Yi sighed. The art of dragon mastery he practiced wouldn't be so troublesome if he could let Huijuan practice it. But he'd promised old Lin that he wouldn't tell anyone other than old Lin and his Shifu. Old Lin was Lin Yi's Shifu, but strictly speaking, he was more like a relative. Old Lin's skills weren't weak, but Lin Yi's killer moves were inherited from another Shifu. It was said that his Shifu and old Lin had gone through thick and thin together in the past, and that they'd been through life and death together. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't too clear about these things. He only knew a little about them. A soft sound came from outside the room, and Lin Yi's sharp senses picked it up. Putting away the prescription and treatment plan, Lin Yi quickly dashed to the door. But Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It was Faubert delivering dinner, and that sound was probably Faubert opening the door. Lin Yi opened the door and walked out. Faubert. Mr. Lin, dinner's ready. Faubert nodded to Lin Yi with a smile. Faubert left quickly after delivering dinner, and Meng Yao locked the villa's door. She glanced at Lin Yi, who was walking back to his room after helping Yushu lay out the food. She wanted to ask him to join them, but swallowed the words back down her throat. Lin Yi was already in his room while she was hesitating. Forget it if you don't want to eat. Meng Yao was a little angry. She'd asked him to eat with her yesterday, and now he'd gone back to his room. Lin Yi would have screamed injustice if he knew what Meng Yao was thinking, and it was precisely because he was worried that the little miss wouldn't be agreed. He'd helped Yushu lay out the food and went back to his room, waiting for the two of them to finish eating before he went back to his room. Lin Yi didn't mind the two anymore. It was just like Kong Xiaobo said, there was a line of boys who wanted to eat Meng Yao and Yushu's leftovers at school. You're not going to ask Shield Bro. Yushu had wanted to ask Lin Yi to eat with her, but she wasn't sure if Meng Yao would agree. Ignore him, we'll eat. Meng Yao said angrily at the thought. Oh. Yushu said as she picked up her chopsticks. She pushed an open bottle of orange juice in front of Meng Yao all of a sudden. Yao Yao, this is for me, you can have it. Meng Yao's face darkened at the sight of the orange juice, evidently remembering what happened 2 nights ago. She glared at Yushu. Shu, did you do that on purpose? Nah, I'm just being nice. Yushu blinked innocently with her big, watery eyes.